Upholstery. Fjords brings you modern Scandinavian-designed recliners and sofas, ergonomically engineered for more hip and back support. Norwalk, with American roots that go back over 100 years, specializes in making furniture just for you. Choose the piece, style, fabric, or leather you want, and in just 35 days, we'll deliver your new sofa, chair, or sectional. In-stock or special orders are all sale priced. Need a little help putting it all together? At Ken Michaels Furniture, our design staff is ready to help you with your purchases, and it's free. Stop in today and save during our Memorial Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture on Capitol Drive in Brookfield, Highway 100 in Greenfield, or our downtown Mattress Factory showroom.
Start your weekend tonight with a free dinner at the historic and gorgeous Fox and Hound Supper Club. WTMJ's John Mercure here. I love the Fox and Hounds. It is the best dining value in the state. Your second dinner is always free. Steak, ribs, seafood, pasta, a big fresh salad, any dinner item on the menu, your second one is free. Desserts and ice cream drinks, yeah, and they're huge. Buy one, get one free. So relax with your favorite beverage in the 8 unique dining rooms or on the patio in the woods. Spectacular views. I love the patio. Celebrate a birthday, an anniversary, or just a quiet dinner with your sweetie. Your second dinner is always free. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of the beautiful Holy Hill Shrine. The drive through the Kettle Moraine Forest is a must-see. Weekends might be too busy. Enjoy your free dinner tonight. And the Friday Fish Fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Enjoy your free dinner. Tables are open. It's the famous Fox and Hounds.
I'm Jim Token, representing the Auto Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee. There are so many reasons to service your car or truck and buy your next vehicle at one of the 115 Adam member dealers. Adam dealers employ more than 6,500 people in southeastern Wisconsin, which supports thousands of local families. Adam also contributes to many local charities. For example, Adam recently completed their Change Your Oil, Change Lives promotion, benefiting Feeding America of Eastern Wisconsin. Over the past 15 years, they've raised over $953,000, which provided more than 3.8 million meals to people in southeastern Wisconsin, the majority being children and seniors. These are just a few reasons to service your car or truck and buy your next vehicle from an Adam member dealer instead of a national online company with no ties to our community. To find an Adam member dealer, visit adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
6 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, June 5th, our top story. Smoky skies again across southeast Wisconsin.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Budget talks collapse in Madison.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, and we start off with an accident on 4394 southbound, just south of Howard Avenue. The 2 left lanes are blocked with this, so watch out for that. Luckily, volume's relatively light heading through the area. The only other spot we've got is northbound on 41, slowing down from just north of just north of Mayfair Road, all the way up past Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Smoke and haze in the skies today, otherwise mostly sunny, high of 70 at the lake, 75 inland tonight, partly cloudy, low down to 55. We're just a notch above that at 56 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, very low air quality. Set to continue this morning, wildfire smoke remaining near the surface. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore says a high-pressure system keeping the smoke lower to the ground.
We have light winds with a high pressure, but also you get sinking motion with a high pressure. That's why we normally see sunny days like today, but that pushes air down. That keeps the smoke trapped at the surface, so that's why our air quality has been pretty low since yesterday.
Air quality alert runs through noon today. That could be pushed further into the afternoon. Your complete WTMJ 5-day forecast coming up at 6:10.
The state budget plans will no longer be penned by both the governor and the Wisconsin GOP leadership.
After multiple meetings this week, both Governor Tony Evers' office and legislative Republicans released statements Wednesday evening indicating budget negotiations between the two sides had collapsed. Republicans will now draft the state budget with their own proposals, with Assembly Speaker Robin Vos adding they are open to further discussions with the governor. The fiscal year ends June 30th, which is the deadline to pass a budget, though the state will operate under its current spending plan until a new one is agreed upon. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The Maxwell Anderson trial set to resume in a few hours this morning. Wednesday afternoon's testimony focused on DNA and blood evidence, or the lack thereof. State Crime Lab forensic expert Sharon Palkowski on the stand.
There's no blood at all found on any of the swabs of the bathroom.
It was not detected on those swabs.
This plaid jacket that we held up, no blood on there.
No blood. The tests were negative.
Okay. And the knife handle and knife blade that was swabbed, there's no blood on it, right?
That's correct.
Anderson faces 4 felony charges, including first-degree intentional homicide and mutilating a corpse.
12 countries, primarily ones in the Mideast and in Africa, are the subject of a new travel ban imposed by the White House. President Trump signing that proclamation and making the announcement on social media, saying it's part of a crackdown on what he claims are an influx of attacks carried out by foreigners.
In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America.
That ban in 2017 from the first Trump administration affected majority Muslim nations mainly and was scaled back by multiple court challenges.
Milwaukee Public School District has one fewer school with high levels of lead.
The Milwaukee Health Department tested La Follette School on Tuesday for lead dust and cleared the school for classes to resume in the building. MPS is continuing lead remediation efforts for Brown Street and West Side Academies. A blood lead screening clinic will take place on Thursday at Douglas Middle School for Brown Street and West Side Academy students. MPS and MHD plan to screen and test for lead dust this summer for 54 schools in the district built before 1950. Sean Brinda, WTMJ News.
Meanwhile, more funding will be pulled from MPS by the Department of Public Instruction. Metropolitan Milwaukee Association of Commerce President Dale Koinga on Wisconsin's Afternoon News says the district's troubles come from outdated machines and programming.
The priority right now is to get these reports in and get away from Excel spreadsheets. And it's just they are doing accounting 15, 20 years ago on a system that DPI doesn't recommend, DPI doesn't really even support.
Koinga says once MPS fixes and submits its financial reports, hopefully it'll never have to deal with any issues like this again.
Coming up, the manhunt continues for a Pewaukee native wanted for murder in Washington State. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:05.
This Friday, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's chief economist, Brian Jacobson. Don't miss it this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. for an instant insight after the jobs report is released. Brian and I will provide you with all you need to know. We'll share instant analysis on breaking financial and market news. Visit WTMJ.com and click the Instant Insight Register Now button or check out events at annexwealth.com. That's this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. with me, John Mercure, and Brian Jacobson. Register today.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. You can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts. Get the beat of the Bucks straight from a fan favorite and Bucks legend.
Welcome to the fantastic voyage. Marcus Johnson, the captain of this vessel.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson, a Bucks Plus audio production.
My first mate, Chris Johnson, the only father and son tandem.
Your weekly pulse on the Milwaukee Bucks and conversations with the biggest names in basketball. The legendary Ice Cube is on the latest pod with Marcus and Chris. Find Here District now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, or wherever you get your podcast.
It's Gina Della. You've heard me define what makes Pella Windows and Doors different. Let me introduce you to the woman behind the billboards, commercials, and share my extraordinary journey of resilience, reinvention, and shattering glass ceilings every Saturday morning at 6:30 on 620 WTMJ and anywhere you stream podcasts for What's the Difference with Gina Della to discuss business coaching across all industries, featuring successful executives, entrepreneurs, and mentors along the way. This is a story you won't want to miss.
6:07.
Remember that time when Keyshawn Nixon, end of last game, said, I'm done returning kicks? Well, he was asked about it at OTAs this week. We'll tell you what he says in sports at 6:15.
New clues in the search for Travis Decker. This is the Pewaukee native who's now accused of killing his 3 young daughters in Washington State. He's been on the run. ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
His family says Decker is highly skilled in wilderness survival. Investigators also looking into his military background. He served in Afghanistan before joining the Washington Army National Guard. Court documents say Decker had mental health issues. Police say it appears the girls were suffocated. Autopsy results coming as soon as today could help investigators piece together a clearer timeline.
Those 3 girls did have distant relatives in the Wisconsin area as well.
A Green Bay inmate found guilty of murdering his cellmate in a hate crime.
25-year-old Jackson Vogel admitted to strangling Micah Laureano at Green Bay Correctional Institution in August. He told a guard that he did it because Laureano was black and gay. Vogel is already serving 20 years in prison for trying to kill his mother in Two Rivers in 2016. Investigators say the 2 men had occupied the same cell for only a few hours before the attack. Laureano's mother is suing prison officials over negligence, alleging they failed to protect him. Vogel now faces a mandatory life sentence for the homicide. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Gaza ceasefire talks have stalled once again as mediators continue to try to bridge the gaps. The Israeli army launched a special ops mission overnight, recovering the bodies of 2 American hostages brutally killed during the Hamas surprise October 7th attack.
The Israeli army recovering the bodies of 2 American hostages from Gaza more than 600 days after terrorists murdered them during Hamas's October 7th attack. Israeli special forces finding the bodies of Judy Weinstein and Gadi Haggai, a married couple in their 70s, in Khan Yunis. The IDF had previously determined terrorists aligned with Hamas killed the Americans on Nir Oz and stole their bodies. The family says burying Judy and Gadi will finally allow them to begin healing. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:09.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
St. Anne's Center for Intergenerational Care recently switched to James Imaging Systems for their document imaging technology. Why? CFO Sally Parente.
Well, I think that boils back down to the service. We have a good partnership with James Imaging.
With James, you get more than a vendor relationship. You get a local business technology partner.
Oh, absolutely. I can pick up the phone at any time, contact our representative, and he's right on it.
James Imaging Systems, business technology and local support for more productivity, more value.
Definitely. We're a nonprofit here. We have to watch every penny, so we really feel very comfortable in that area with James Imaging.
Comfortable enough to recommend James Imaging Systems to others?
Well, without hesitation, I would recommend James Imaging. They won't be disappointed.
James Imaging Systems. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
You're going to love the new all-you-can-eat Saturday breakfast buffet for under $10 at the Mine Shaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford. It's fantastic. From 8 a.m. till noon, kids under 3 eat free. Walk on in. It's all you can eat. MineShaftRestaurant.com.
Checking in with Debbie here. Early look at the roads, Deb.
Yep, looks like they cleared this accident on southbound 4394 south of Howard Avenue, so that's some good news. We do have a little bit of a backup along northbound 41, though, from Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. Everything else right now looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ 5-day forecast. Hazy skies and poor air quality continues for today, but nice temperatures, a high close to 70 with mid-70s inland. Tonight, temperatures fall into the 50s under partly cloudy skies. Friday, small chance for an isolated rain shower, more clouds than sun, with highs in the upper 60s. Mostly cloudy skies for Saturday, high temperatures in the mid-60s to low 70s. Heading into Sunday, we'll see temperatures in the 70s, but a better chance for showers and storms. Monday, we'll see high temperatures in the upper 60s, with still the chance for rain showers. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore. That's your forecast on TMJ.
Milwaukee at 54 degrees.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States.
President Trump breaking some news on your Wednesday evening, imposing a new travel ban. So this travel ban affects a dozen countries. The new order takes effect on Monday.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
So 12 countries are impacted, primarily ones in the Mideast and in Africa. They're the subject of this new travel ban imposed by the White House. Made the announcement on social media, says it's part of a crackdown on what he claims are an influx of attacks carried out by foreigners here in the States.
But didn't see this coming.
No.
Like usually he's teasing out a little bit on Truth Social. There are some indications, or he might have something in the daily White House briefing. Hey, just so you know, this is coming, and it just dropped.
And perhaps it was done in a way to prevent expected pushback, because what happened last time, so he did this in 2017, you may recall. That affected more majority Muslim nations, and it was scaled back multiple times from court challenges. So maybe this was done by the White House in this fashion just as to get a step up on it or a step ahead. This would go into effect on Monday, and there are some exceptions. But there are a couple of opportunities where if you're here and you, like, say you leave to go on vacation or leave to out of the country, you may not be able to get back in depending on your status and which country is part of this ban.
Here's a bold prediction. Prior to Monday, a court somewhere will block that and then slap an injunction on it until the case is resolved. So I said bold, but obviously facetiously.
Right. And there's also, it depends on who you talk to, too. There's data from Government Accountability Office. There's data from the Anti-Defamation League, which would suggest that white supremacists in anti-government attacks oftentimes are the ones behind some of these terror incidents in the U.S. more so than what happened in Colorado with this one guy. But his point is, don't want them here, so they're moving quickly to ban those folks from coming into the country.
Coming up on 6:15, we got sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368. Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting, getting pretty close to our window installation. It's coming up later this month, and I can tell my wife is looking forward to it. She constantly is looking at different angles of what it's going to look like, kind of processing what this new window treatment going into the backyard will feature and offer. And I know she keeps checking just to make sure that she and CJ are on the same page, because I'm just kind of the middle guy. I just got to hang out while they're figuring this out. But it's all from Tri-County Contracting. And what makes it work so well is Tri-County Contracting, just like they do with your roof, just like they do with your siding, they work closely to find you a solution. And it's so wonderful to work with a company that's been here more than 40 plus years, locally owned and operated. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
No game for the Crew today after getting back on track against the Reds on Wednesday afternoon.
Cameron, a fly ball left center field. This is way back there, and it is way gone. Daz Cameron, his first home run as a Brewer. And the Brewers are up 5-1 here in Cincinnati.
Yes, they would go on to win 9-1. Isaac Collins with a 3-run shot. Jackson Churio also going deep. Pat Murphy, by the way, loves it when he sees these reserves coming in, wanting some action.
Daz Cameron, they had good games, They're hungry to play, and that's what it's about. It should be that competitive.
Yeah, bring it. Want to be in the lineup more. How about it? DL Hall and Quinn Priester becoming quite the combo as well. The two pitched 8 innings total, giving up just 1 run, and they like that combination of those two working together. So
did Hall get the start?
Yes, and he did 3 innings. Right? And then Priester did 5. And they really like Priester. They really like him, but they don't want him going through the order so much. So with DL Hall ramping up, it's a good way to use
the
both
opener,
these guys.
as Craig Counsell used to call it.
Right. Mm-hmm. So that's one in a row, which means Vince is already talking hamburgers.
Right, there's
no
11
game
more.
today.
Do you want me to look at when that game would be?
So it would be, so they have
Mid-June.
It's a long homestand.
Hey, why not?
Got a 10-game homestand coming up starting tomorrow. It's going to be a test, though. You got the Padres, you got the Braves, you got the Cardinals. Starts with the Padres tomorrow night at AmFam Field.
Packers open mandatory minicamp next week. One more session of these OTAs today. Keyshawn Nixon, Packers defensive back, made some news at the end of last season, surprising his head coach by saying he was done returning kicks.
Keyshawn yesterday said he doesn't want to return kicks anymore and he wants to be a number one corner.
It was interesting.
It was interesting. Matt LaFleur asked about it right after. Well, Nixon back in the fold this week.
That's just probably a comment that I probably could have kept to myself for real, but it is what it is. I said it. I meant what I said, but I'm also a team player, and if the coaches and the team need me to do something, I'm going to do it for sure.
All right, so Nixon asked about it, said, look, I'm focused on playing cornerback, growing at that position, but reiterating, if called upon, he'll do the duty.
I was kind of frustrated when the season was over, but it's value always, especially when it comes to me being who I am when doing it. So, of course, I'm open to it. I'm always going to do what the team needs.
Always going to do what the team's needs. One more OTA practice, the minicamp next week, Tuesday in Green Bay.
The Oilers beat the Panthers in overtime in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. NBA Finals start tonight. Pacers and Thunder. We'll see how the ratings are for that barn burner. Could be a quick one. Thunder.
They'd say the same thing if we were in it, but at least we got Giannis.
And congratulations to UW Whitewater Baseball, D3 national champions after crushing Messiah. 21-5 was the final in Game 2.
I'm sorry, baseball?
Yeah, of the World Series.
I mean, I know their football team's great too.
Check this out. So this was the final call on it. Here's how it goes.
Frank catches it, and the purple people pound out a national championship in Ohio.
So remember, it was a 21-5 final. They're dogpiling. They're piling on everybody. And listen to the commentator here.
Well, it wasn't the most exciting win, but that's a very good celebration, I think. We've seen a lot of dog piles.
You've seen a lot of dog piles in our day, and that one was a good one, apparently. So congratulations to the Warhawks. They're going to have a big reception tonight at the baseball field on campus.
Man, what an athletic powerhouse Whitewater is.
It's true.
21-5. 6:19 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Hey, coming up next, remember, no more July 3rd fireworks, the big show on the lakefront. Well, there will still be a big show on the lakefront this summer. That story next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hi, I'm Rose Gray with Fox World Travel, and I'm excited to share that our exclusive guided Alaska land and sea journeys are now available for 2026. We partner with Holland America Line to curate the best and most sought-after experiences to Alaska. We send hundreds of travelers from Wisconsin to Alaska every year, along with experienced Fox tour managers for peace of mind. Don't just picture Alaska, live it. We have limited spots, and these tours are booking fast. Visit Fox World Travel online or call 866 Go Fox Go.
You got to get to Built Right today. Vince Vitrano here telling you about Built Right's extended Memorial Day mattress sale. Ends now Saturday at 6 p.m. You know the location, saves you time and money, and it makes it easy to shop, easy to buy. And Built Right will beat any big box, national, or local chain store, department store, online retailer, warehouse club, or employee-free store because they have the guaranteed lowest prices. Now, Built Right also has the best value, selection, and experienced team in Wisconsin. That's what we experienced when we went and bought a new mattress for our son, the folks who could help us. Look, they've got 60 models all on display. How do you know which ones to start with? 500 mattresses in stock. Choosing for the best mattress brands. They're made right here in America. Talking about Heirloom, Gold Bond, Therapeutic, Restonic, Schiffman. Built Right specializes in hard-to-find varieties. Built Right also offers free delivery and removal on your mattress-only purchase of $7.99 or more. Always saves you money. Voted best place to shop. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. Closed to be with family. Tell them Vinny sent you to Built Right, 54th and Layton Avenue in Greenfield.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Hearing matters. It's not only about hearing better and interacting better, it's about protecting your health. Vita Hearing Care are going to take great care of you. Locally family-owned, 2 locations, Mount Pleasant and Waterford. I've been there. They've helped me. I have new hearing aids, and it's about embracing life's meaningful moments for me, my wife. Life is better. Every conversation, melody, and memory should be effortless. Vita will help get you there. Check out VitaHearingCare.com. That's VITA hearingcare.com. exteriorpros.com.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation. Want to save big on your next home improvement project? Visit extpros.com today for expert services at unbeatable prices.
Checking in with Debbie here at 622.
Alrighty, well, we've got southbound on 41 starting to slow down from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol Drive, pretty much in bunches. So just watch out for that. The northbound side slowing down north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up past Burleigh. We've got a pretty good ride along 43 north and southbound, also nice and quiet. No major delays there or on the bypass. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Smoke and haze in the skies today, otherwise mostly sunny. High 70 at the lake, 75 inland. Low down to 55 tonight. For your Friday, slight chance of showers, mainly to the north of the city. Partly cloudy skies, high 68 lakeside, 73 inland. And for the weekend, partly to mostly cloudy, 72 on Saturday, a little bit cooler near the lake. Sunday's high 73 with scattered showers and storms likely. Right now, 56. Well, they may be camping out already. Get that perfect spot, right?
Know how much you love that.
Get out your caution tape or your string or your little marks.
They make eggs that morning. The cameras are out there.
Whatever you do to stake out your territory on the lakefront, because the big party is back on July 3rd in Milwaukee, but it's not fireworks this time. Remember, no fireworks show in 2024. Trouble getting sponsors and all of that apparently contributed to the lack of the big fireworks show that is an annual tradition.
Sure. So they've moved to drones. You know what? We've been in front of this drone story. We saw this coming.
You were on record as saying the following: I never need to see fireworks again. As you were blown away by some big drone show.
Well, because we've seen drone shows in the past. There's a big one at the Badger game a couple of years ago during the Ohio State matchup. And yeah, it was amazing. It was different. It was curious. There was music. Joining us on Wisconsin's Morning News is Andy Ackman. He is with Northern Lights Drone Shows. And Andy, you are behind what we're going to see on the lakefront this summer, right?
Hi, Erik and Vince. Yes, that'll be us, yeah.
So what goes into planning a drone show? Do you have to go through a long process? Do you have to talk to the county to see what they're interested in? How do you go about coming up with the schematics?
Yeah, absolutely. There's two big sides of it, really. The logistical side, figuring out exactly where we're going to fly and how it's going to be structured and making sure we can do it safely. And then on the design side, we'd like to gather as many ideas from, the people as possible. This is a little different because we actually live in the area, so we have a lot of familiarity and we can bring a lot of our own ideas too. But we start with getting ideas from the clients.
So for what we're hearing, Andy, it's going to be like a 3-phase show. I assume that has to do with the battery power or the life of drones in flight, right? So you bring them down, and then are you going to bring in new batches, or take us through that?
So we'll typically a drone show lasts about 13 to 15 minutes because of the battery life, like you said. So we're actually doing 3 different waves of shows to give the county like a roughly 45-minute show. So so we're going to have 200 drones launch and do a show, and then as they're coming back to land, the second batch will take off and head out there, and then as that second batch is coming back, the third batch will come out. So we'll have 900 drones total. It'll be the first and second batch will be 200 each, and then the last one will be 500, kind of like a grand finale.
Oh, grand finale drones, yes.
What's the trajectory been for these drone shows? It seems like the last couple of years, it is just skyrocketing.
Yeah, you're right. It's because it's something different, but it's not just the differential factor, but you can do so much more with it and actually connect with people on this emotional level and tell a story and really bring people together with this common experience. And people they're gonna laugh, they're gonna cry, they're gonna have this nostalgia. You'll get the full range of emotions from this that sometimes you can't really get from a fireworks show.
Andy, I don't know if you can reveal this, but in terms of cost, is this less expensive, especially a show this size? Would this be less expensive to your knowledge than a fireworks show?
So in this case, I think there were some logistical hurdles on the lakefront for doing the fireworks. So I don't want to speak too much to it, but I think in this case that we're actually coming in less than what it would have been for fireworks.
So all I need is Uncle Sam growing wings like a bald eagle, flying in like a 360, and then like spraying out like a happy 4th of July.
You're helping Andy with the show now.
Yes,
Good. Thanks, Erik.
I think that would be super cool.
Eric is just a good idea machine over here. I think if you have some extra time, we have a spot for you.
And where will you stage them, Andy? Like, where do they start, and then how do they get to ultimately right there on the lakefront in front of all the people?
Yeah, so actually we're going to be launching right about like just east of the marina, the boat launch right there. So we're going to have that area kind of sectioned off, and the drones will actually fly out a few hundred feet just out in front of McKinley Beach there. And so McKinley Beach will be the prime viewing area. There'll be audio there as well, but it'll be viewable like off to the west, even out by kind of like towards Veterans Park, and then to like the northeast up that direction as well.
Well, I know traditionalists don't like change, but I would definitely encourage anyone, if you get a shot at seeing a drone show, especially a patriotic
45-minute
July
drone
4th,
show,
45-minute one on the 3rd of July along the lakefront. It's worth the entry. Andy Eckman from Northern Lights Drone Shows. We'll let you get back to the Uncle Sam maneuver that I'm suggesting, and really looking forward to the show.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Andy.
Should I give him your number, too, in case you have any other great ideas?
Imagine him doing a barrel roll, almost like a dragon. He's flying around.
Uncle Sam is a dragon.
Transforms into a bald eagle, winks at you, says Milwaukee on there.
Let's all stay in our lanes. 629. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell about 92 points to 42,428 in trading on Wednesday. The NASDAQ closed at 19,460. That was up 62 points. And the S&P 500, not a lot of movement there, largely flat at 59.71. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Time to get started on a home improvement project that pays you back. Vince Vitrano here talking with Jeff Baer from USA Insulation. Great to see you again, Jeff.
Good seeing you too, Vince.
I have to think this is an ideal time to do a home insulation project before the weather heats up and the cooling season really begins.
We're actually in a slower period right now where most people are comfortable with the windows open. They're not thinking about the heat that's coming in the summer, and they've already forgotten about the cold of winter. So, yeah, excellent time to get it done right now.
Jeff Baer's with us from USA Insulation. So folks hear me do the sound effect all the time, which I think is probably pretty accurate, don't you?
Absolutely.
And that describes what happens when you do the proprietary injection foam. You fill up houses' walls with this really great quieting insulation, which is where homeowners lose the most energy, right, through the walls?
Most people don't realize it, but 85% of the exterior of their home is made up by the walls. The rest of it's made up by windows and doors.
So that's why I love this. How does one get started? I know usually you like to have an energy audit, right?
Absolutely. We start off with the sales consultation, and then we try to move towards the energy audit so we can find out where the exact needs are for the home, and it also helps them qualify for rebates.
I was going to say that's a really important step. You do the energy audit, and there are thousands of dollars of rebates that opens the door to.
Most homeowners can qualify for anywhere from $1,100 up to probably close to $12,000, just depending on how they qualify.
Now, you do not just the injection foam. There are other ways that you can insulate homes as well.
Absolutely. We air seal attics as well as blow-in, loose insulation, bad insulation, as well as closed cell foam.
All right, somebody wants to sign up, Jeff. How soon can you get somebody out to the house?
We can have somebody out there within the week.
And let me tell you how to do that. Get started now at USA Insulation. That's usainsulation.net. At 6:31, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, June 5th, our top story. More smoky air settling in southeast Wisconsin.
I'm Erik Bilstad. No brotherly love at City Hall.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, southbound on 41, backing up from just before Appleton Avenue down to Silver Spring, back on the brakes south of Hampton all the way down to Burleigh. Northbound slowing from Watertown Plank Road all the way up past North Avenue. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Smoke and haze today, otherwise mostly sunny, high 75 degrees, 5 degrees cooler, lakeside low down to 55 tonight.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Maryland Governor Roy Moore says there is no threat to drinking water amid a 2,000-gallon oil spill in Baltimore Harbor. Mayor Brandon Scott reiterating that moments ago.
We can smell gas. Obviously, you can smell that gas. And we can see the oil on the water. But we know people are understandably concerned. But again, as you just heard, there is no impact to drinking water.
More than 100 people have been working to help contain the spill all night long. President Trump signing a proclamation banning people from a dozen states from entering the U.S. He is also moving to ban international students enrolled at Harvard University from entering the country. And he's having his attorney general look into whether former President Biden's aides disguised any cognitive declines, he says, during his presidency. The bodies of 2 Israeli Americans, a couple in their 70s who were killed on October 7th, have been recovered from Khan Yunis more than 2.5 years after the attacks. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:33.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, very low air quality continues this morning. Wildfire smoke remaining near the surface across southeast Wisconsin. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore says the smoke is mixing with the fog, reducing visibility.
Visibility is also down from some of that smoke and haze, and unfortunately it doesn't move that much as a high pressure sits just off to our north. That's going to kind of keep that smoke lingering across the area for today.
Air quality alert runs through noon today. That could be pushed further into the afternoon. Your complete WTMJ 5-day forecast at 6:40.
As we hear that budget talks between the governor and GOP leadership has broken down in Madison, more state and federal dollars are going to be needed for Milwaukee County leaders to build a new public safety building. The criminal courthouse was constructed nearly 100 years ago. Infrastructure has been pretty rough. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley tells WTMJ's Point Taken it'll cost around $500 million to rebuild the facility.
We can't cost-effectively retrofit this building. Again, we have 10 floors of jail space in here that there's nothing that we can actually retrofit and put into there. And then when we think about the energy cost alone, we learned that providing a new building will help us save $40 million over the term of this entire lease. And so there are efficiencies we can find.
Crowley says delaying the project would only increase the cost.
Milwaukee police say they recovered a machine gun near Carmen High School of Science and Technology on the south campus of that school Saturday. 14-year-old was arrested. Milwaukee Public Schools say the teen does not attend MPS. It's not clear whether the fully automatic weapon was recovered inside or outside the school.
A popular Water Street bar is temporarily closed after multiple large fights. Brothers Bar and Grill has its food and liquor license suspended for 20 days. Now, during a common council meeting on Tuesday, Alderman Bob Bauman expressed anger at the owner's lack of understanding of the licensing process.
You meet with the police department and you run out a lot of hearsay, what they said to you, what they didn't say to you, and I got a very different message from the Milwaukee Police Department. Part of me wants to increase the suspension based on your apparent ignorance of how our licensing process works.
One fight at the bar led to an officer suffering injuries, while another involved as many as 20 patrons in the street. Bar suspension runs through June 22nd.
Traffic sponsored by Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield. Visit holtebeck.com.
Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield makes vision care a top priority. They are your premium provider for eye care and corrective eye surgeries. Learn more at holtebeck.com.
Coming up, are they really going to toast the boat?
This Friday, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's chief economist, Brian Jacobson. Don't miss it this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. for an instant insight after the jobs report is released. Brian and I will provide you with all you need to know. We'll share instant analysis on breaking financial and market news. Visit WTMJ.com and click the Instant Insight Register Now button or check out events at annexwealth.com. That's this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. with me, John Mercure, and Brian Jacobson. Register today.
The 2015 Wisconsin men's hoops team gave us all a march to remember.
There will be no undefeated champion on Wisconsin with an unbelievable stretch drive to the championship game.
On June 26th, enjoy an intimate celebration with the stars of the run with Made 'em Believe. Presented by M3 Insurance. World-class expertise and individual attention. Tickets are on sale now at uwhoops2015.com. Made 'em Believe, June 26th at the Orpheum Theater in Madison.
Summer in Milwaukee is non-stop.
Festivals, live music, and fresh city vibes fill the season.
From world-famous cultural celebrations to hidden gem street fairs, every neighborhood is a stage, alive with handcrafted traditions, homegrown talent, and world-class entertainment.
Music, flavor,
Culture. Whenever you visit, the Cream City is ready to celebrate. This summer, don't just visit, experience Milwaukee, the city of festivals. Learn more at visitmilwaukee.org/fest.
Still looking for something for Dad this Father's Day? Stop by Fleet Farm and get him a gift he really wants at the best price guaranteed. Like Columbia apparel and footwear, now 25% off. Or get him a Wildview video trail cam for just $29.99. And what dad wouldn't love a Milwaukee M12 5-tool combo kit for under $200? For these and more last-minute Father's Day deals, stop by your local Fleet Farm or check out our latest weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:38.
Brewers bench gets the job done, and the crew return home for the longest homestand of the season. Sports at 6:45.
Big story that's going to take place tomorrow in Milwaukee. You surprised by this? Not sure how to feel
At this point,
it.
I'm not. It did raise an eyebrow.
So
we're doing what now?
Multiple county supervisors, 3 of them, sent out a news release on Wednesday saying that they will raise a toast honoring all city towing crew members for their success in removing the Deep Thought boat wreckage from the lakefront. The supervisors are coming together to donate a keg of Miller High Life to the All City Towing crew. Upon learning that its champagne of beers was requested for the celebration, Molson Coors has also donated a case of Miller High Life and High Life t-shirts for each member of the crew. It'll be presented Friday, and a toast will be given.
I mean, that's all well and good. What is this, in lieu of payment? Because remember, it cost a lot more than anybody thought.
That's a great
question. Guys, we can't afford to pay you, but how about
we just do a news release? We'll have everyone there, we'll get the cameras there.
Then we'll throw a few back here. Are we good?
That's probably what they're doing. Because I couldn't figure out why in the world are they doing this? Having a toast for the guys that pulled the boat out. Why are we bringing this story back into the news?
And not that they didn't do a wonderful job.
Yeah, no, right? I mean, they got the job done.
And plus, if you can get it over there at All City, good for you.
It is interesting. Part of the press release basically is kind of an ad. It says, All City Towing provides light, medium, and heavy-duty towing services.
I'm telling you, this is trade, right? This is like, all right, we can't pay you. But listen, we're going to get you some good pub here and some beers. Right. Are we good?
Well, you'll see that in the news tomorrow.
6:39 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets Milwaukee. Or how about Don for Inspired Closets? Listen to this review from one of my fellow customers. I would highly recommend Inspired Closets Milwaukee. I saw a photo that I liked online. Molly made it happen. That's who Don worked with over there. It looks just like I imagined it. Now, I told you how my front closet project looks after our work with Inspired Closets Milwaukee. You can text closet to the WTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620, if you want to see it. Want to see how your project will look? Visit Inspired Closets Milwaukee. Use their new augmented reality tool called Envision. It takes you inside your newly designed garage or pantry, bedroom, or closet. Stop in, tell them Vinny sent you to give it a try, or check out the video on the website. Inspired Days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top-notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
641. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
I'm seeing a little bit of a backup along southbound 41 from just south of Good Hope Road all the way down past Capitol Drive to Burleigh. Northbound, you're seeing delays from about Watertown Plank Road up past North Avenue. Another quick tap of the brakes right as you're making your way to Hampton. Other than that, we're actually looking pretty good around the rest of the system. I'm really not seeing anything other than just a buildup of volume. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ 5-day forecast. Hazy skies and poor air quality continues for today, but nice temperatures, a high close to 70 with mid-70s inland. Tonight, temperatures fall into the 50s under partly cloudy skies. Friday, small chance for an isolated rain shower, more clouds than sun, with highs in the upper 60s. Mostly cloudy skies for Saturday, high temperatures in the mid-60s to low 70s. Heading into Sunday, we'll see temperatures in the 70s, but a better chance for showers and storms. Monday, we'll see high temperatures in the upper 60s, with still the chance for rain showers. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore. That's your forecast on TMJ.
Right now at 55 degrees.
It is time to recognize and honor an everyday hero. Everyday hero is when Wisconsin's Morning News celebrates an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Everyday Hero is sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care. Azura Memory Care. This is a tough one. Tough one today. I apologize for this, but I felt it was important. We head to Dacula, Georgia. Manuel Pinzon. Manuel is 77-year-old grandfather. He's out in the backwoods of his house with his sister and his 2 8-year-old twin granddaughters. He's got 5 or 6 grandkids, but he had his granddaughters, Issa and Gabby, out there. So they're just kind of exploring the woods, just walking out there, looking at stuff. One of the girls said they had seen a fawn out there earlier. So they're just kind of exploring this woods in the back part of his yard and looking at all these neat things. So Gabby talks about how great her grandfather was.
He do lots of stuff to make us happy, and whenever we were sad, he would hug us.
So on this particular day, they're out there when they hear a snapping above. So you know that sound. Big old tree branch snaps, comes down. So this tree branch snaps, falling through the branches. You know, it's up there, but it's falling through. So you can hear it coming. He looks up, and the first thing he thinks to do is save the girls.
They got shoved out of the way. Then when they turned back, he had gotten them out of the way and taken the full hit of a falling branch, a falling limb on his head.
That is son-in-law Jason Krause telling ABC that the branch hit the grandfather instead.
And he didn't make it.
Didn't make it. He was hurt, clearly, down on the ground. Girls ran to get help, but he would not survive.
Gave his life, he sacrificed his life to save my 2 twins from a tree.
This guy actually pushed them out of the way. The girls said they heard snapping. Everyone looked up. All of a sudden, they got pushed out of the way, and then their grandfather's on the ground with this tree branch that hit him in the head. She says, Gabby, she'll never forget her grandfather.
As a hero and as the one that was the only person that saved me.
This poor kid, to go through that. They actually tried to save him. They called 911. One of the girls actually she listened to the dispatcher and she's a hero trying to save her grandfather, put a bandage on his head. They got him to the hospital, but he would succumb to his injuries. I'll give the son-in-law, Krause, the final word here about what he thinks about his father-in-law.
For as sad as everybody is and for as much crying as everyone's done since yesterday, all I want to do is I want to toast him and I want to celebrate him because he was a hero. He was the greatest man I probably ever knew.
Here's to you, Manuel. Cheers for being an everyday hero and for being your granddaughter's guardian angel. They will never forget you for that. Everyday Hero is sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, Abby Home. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. Yet at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Time of year now where you can go from furnace to air conditioner in a single day. Vince Vitrano here for Urban Heating and Cooling. We did fire up the air conditioner a couple times already this spring and did so with confidence because Ryan had already been out to our house for our air conditioner tune-up. Got things cleaned out, topped off the coolant. Now, this is interesting. Even tweaked some of the things with our ductwork. So we are pushing more cold air up to the second story of the house. You know, it's always warmer upstairs, right? No one had ever suggested that to us before. That's the kind of personal service you get with this local family-owned company. It's Ryan and his wife, Ellie. They're passionate about serving their friends and neighbors. Let's get Urban Heating and Cooling out to your house when you call over there. Probably speak with Janelle. She's super great, too, handling all the scheduling. Tell them Vinny sent you. UrbanHeatingandCooling.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers back home for a long time now, taking it easy today after a 5-1 road trip that culminated with a beatdown of the Reds.
Is a fly ball right field. Benson back at the track. Wall. Bye baseball. Jackson Churio quiet no more. A 2-run shot. It's 3-0 Milwaukee.
Churio went yards. So did some of the reserves. Isaac Collins had a 3-run shot. Daz Cameron had his first home run as a Brewer as they boat roll the Reds 9-1. And the Brewers, by the way, really getting into this new pitching combo. They really like DL Hall opening for Quinn Priester.
Yeah, Hall goes a few, and then Priester comes in for the balance.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Hall did 3 yesterday, then Priester did 5.
Hero of the game for me, you know. He just he quietly went out there and gave us 5 innings and just bared down. It was good.
Pat Murphy there. So they pitched 8 innings, gave up 1 run. They really like that combo. They like Priester in that long spot in the middle. It limits the time that he's going through the order, but he can eat those innings, and it works. So no game today. They start a long homestand starting tomorrow. Tough one. First series, Padres, tomorrow night at AmFam Field.
And Brewers will complete their OTAs today. Last practice session for these organized team activities. And then coming up next week, Packers minicamp in Green Bay.
Go get it. Come back. Come on.
Congratulations to the UW Whitewater Warhawk baseball team. They are your D3 national champions after absolutely crushing, just boat toasting Messiah 21-5, the final in Game 2 of the World Series.
New term's been born.
So the Warhawk baseball team will be celebrating today. They'll be on the field tonight on campus. They're having a big old shindig.
10 minutes before 7 o'clock, your WTMJ 5-day forecast and your traffic up next.
Here's to experiencing it all this summer in Wisconsin. Every deliciously cheesy, rockin', magical, fireworks-filled, festival-loving moment. There's Cheese Curd Fest in Ellsworth, Strawberry Fest in Cedarburg, Festival of the Arts in Stevens Point, and the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Honor the Earth Powwow in Hayward, Mile of Music in Appleton, Venetian Fest, Brat Fest, Summerfest. So many fests for your whole crew. Find them all at TravelWisconsin.com. Sponsored by Travel Wisconsin.
Tennis season is back, E. Another match tonight.
Ooh, here we go.
Would you like to hear all about it?
Yeah,
No, that's okay.
You told me about your great shot last week.
It was a good shot. Vince Vitrano here for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. So a buddy of mine the other day, we're on the court, and he's getting the balls he didn't used to. Said to me, well, I've got 2 new knees. Now, he's not only playing better, but doing it pain-free, out there at all even, if knee pain is preventing you from doing what you love to do. Time to see the docs at OAW. Now, whether it's total joint replacement or like me, I just had a simple procedure to take care of a torn meniscus. These are the experts in getting you back in the game. Visit OAW's new physical therapy center. That's in Germantown. You can walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic in Brookfield or Pewaukee, or get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
Hey, John Mercure here. I hope you will hang with us on Saturdays at 1 o'clock. It's Experience Wisconsin. You know what I love about Experience Wisconsin? There's still places after all the years that I've lived in the state that I don't know a lot about, or places that I would like to revisit. On Experience Wisconsin, we swing you around the state, introducing you to the people and places and things that you ought to check out, maybe put on your bucket list. This week, it is Hayward Lakes, and it is Road America. I love Road America. Even if you're not into all the cars, it's a great place to hang. Check out Experience Wisconsin on WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
How's the morning drive look, Deb?
It's not too bad. We're seeing a little bit of a backup now. Northbound 43 kicking in just north of Fond du Lac Avenue all the way up to Burleigh. Westbound 94 slowing down just before 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. We've also got northbound on 41 slowing down from just before Mayfair Road all the way up past Capitol Drive. Southbound side is going to be slow from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol as well. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. We'll still have that smoke and haze in the skies today. Air quality alert goes until noon today. They may push that depending on conditions. Mostly sunny behind that haze, and a high of 70 at the lake, 75 inland. Partly cloudy, low down to 55 tonight. Partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers, mainly to the north of the city for your Friday. High 68 lakeside, 73 inland. Saturday, partly to mostly cloudy, 72 degrees your high temperature. Will be considerably cooler by the lake. And then Sunday, a high of 73. Partly cloudy skies, scattered showers and storms are likely. Right now at 54 in Milwaukee. .52 on Wisconsin's Morning News. So on Wednesday's program, I told you about kind of a coincidental thing. We got this news release from the Department of Transportation saying, hey, there's this scam going around. They're texting you. They're telling you owe money or whatever. It's not coming from us. It's a scam. And literally minutes after that news release came out, I got that
got the text
on my phone. Hey, you owe a bunch of money. We're going to impound your car. We're going to do all of these things. Jen Latta from ESPN joins us now this morning, friend of the program. And Jen, you also saw a similar fishing expedition.
Well, not only did I see it,
no,
but I got hooked.
No, you did not.
Yeah, so I did, and I really wish I had seen or heard your segment on Wednesday to avoid this happening to me. But yes, I got it in the morning. We were wrapping up the show, last 15, 20 minutes of our show over on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, and it says all of those things. This is the Wisconsin DOT. You owe us money. We're going to do all these things. Your license is going to be suspended, right? They make it very serious.
Very scary.
And so I know enough not to click on links in text. So I copy the whole thing, drop it into a doc, grab the link, drop it into the web browser on my computer. And sure enough, guys, this looks like the Wisconsin DOT website. It's got the big blue banner. It's got the block lettering. Like, I've been to the DOT website to renew my registration, to do things like that. So I'm like, oh, shoot, this might be legit. And I'm scrolling through, and it's like, pay here, put your credit card information in here. Oh, you owe $6.96 in tolls. Well, first of all, I know we don't have tolls in Wisconsin, but I drive to Illinois so frequently to go to the airport. I'm thinking maybe this is some partnership between the state of Illinois and the state of Wisconsin to come and, collect their tolls. So I'm just on autopilot a little bit. And as soon as I mentioned it to Gabe Neitzel, my co-host on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, he goes, oh, yeah, that's a scam. And I go, what? He said, oh, yeah, that's a phishing scam. He's like, you didn't put your credit card information in, did you? I said, I sure did.
No.
So needless to say, canceled the card immediately, called Chase Bank. Card was, so we're good. But I wanted to take this opportunity to remind people, if this type of thing can happen to me, and I usually am pretty diligent and sharp about this stuff, I think it could happen to anybody. So just another PSA about that Wisconsin DOT scam/phishing scheme that's going on.
Your spidey sense that came up that resonates with me was, what's Wisconsin care whether you got outstanding tolls in Illinois? Go ahead, stick it to them.
Yeah, exactly, right?
So do you think there are any other after effects, like with your computer, because you clicked on some links and all that stuff? Like, have Ryan upstairs take a look at that.
Yes, absolutely. So, again, I'm glad that you guys talked about it yesterday, and the Wisconsin DOT is putting that out there. But then Gabe Neitzel told me, he texted me later in the day, he got the same text message several hours later. So they are absolutely casting a wide net with this one.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. Where are they getting our phone numbers? Somebody hacked us somewhere, in the universe.
Aren't phone numbers generally public in some fashion, or at least they can be sold by some entity that you accepted because you hit a little button there?
Yeah, but sold to these guys in Bulgaria or wherever the hell this is coming from,
point.
Yeah, I've no idea how they get the numbers. I assume that they don't subscribe to the do not call list rules, right? if they're trying to scam money out of all of us, it doesn't seem like they have a real high ethics level.
Right, we better not text these folks. They're on the do not call list. Fair enough. Well, I'm glad that it didn't do further damage, but keep an eye on it, would you, Jen?
Certainly will. Thanks, guys.
Important public service
And
message.
that's how they're always going to do it. That's the easiest way, is to tap into your emotions and to your quick trigger. That's where they're going every time.
It's one of those telltale signs, right? It feels like something that I need to do right now. And just like Jen described, I got a meeting coming up.
Right,
I don't want this hanging over my head. I don't want to forget about it later. So I'll take care of this real quick right now, get it off my plate.
They are not Benji from Mission Impossible. They cannot break into every satellite and move things around and control elevators, but they can tap into your emotional response.
Every tech expert we talk to about that says these guys aren't, it's not like the big computer code crackers or anything like that. They've cracked the human code.
Wouldn't you love to text back going, come get me?
Ooh, we should give it a shot.
Why don't you try that, Deb, and you report
I
back
haven't
to us.
gotten one of these yet, but yeah, I will. Just come get me.
6:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Central Standard Craft Distillery is relocating its main operation to the historic Harley-Davidson campus in Milwaukee's near West Side neighborhood. The local distillery has purchased a 73,000 square foot space that it will use for production, tasting, distillery tours, and private events. The most expensive residence on the market in the Milwaukee area is an Oconomowoc Lake estate, listed for $14.5 million. It features an indoor pool, theater, and 580 degrees of private lake frontage. 2 eateries that have been part of 3rd Street Market Hall since it opened are leaving the downtown food hall. Dairyland and Midway Bakery's last day will be June 28th. I'm Addison Lathers from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
After writing 3 unsuccessful offers, Brenda decided to make a no-regrets offer on this next property. She offered $35,000 over asking and promised to complete the purchase even if the appraised value came in as much as $25,000 below the accepted offer price. Why? Because she was tired of losing, and because her AccuNet loan consultant showed her that even in her worst-case scenario, no additional money would be needed at closing, and her payment, which on this home was much more affordable than others she wrote offers on, would only increase by $17 a month. Brenda's no-regrets offer, backed up by a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet, was accepted over several others. And wouldn't you know, the appraised value came in at the significantly higher than asking purchase price, which happens 9 out of 10 times in our experience. If you or someone you know wants help understanding what a no-regrets pre-approval might look like, get started by clicking on the blue button at AccuNet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning. My reverse osmosis system in my house is fantastic. The water I drink, the water we feed the dogs, the water we cook with is crisp, clean, and clear thanks to Guthrie and Fry's RO system. It's technology that's been around for a long time, but it's the best in the business, and Guthrie and Fry will get it to you. It's affordable, it's effective, and you'll feel a lot better. It's all about the science. Southeast Wisconsin's #1 choice, and my choice is Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning.
Okay, adventurers, listen up. Fox World Travel just dropped some seriously incredible Fox Group vacation destinations for 2026. Set sail on a yacht through the Croatian coastline, join a thrilling African safari, or immerse yourself in the mecca of all flower shows in London. And for the first time, we're introducing a woman's-only tour, partnering with Insight Vacations, Globus, and African Travel. But these are just a few of the exclusive offerings. But don't wait. They're filling up fast. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO to reserve your spot today.
Built Right. One location saves you money.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
7 o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Thursday, June 5th. Our top story, another day of bad air.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Travel ban 2.0.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Westbound 94, a bit backed up from 27th Street past Mitchell Boulevard, back on the brakes west of Highway 100 into Waukesha County past Elm Grove Road. Northbound 41, heavy just before Mayfair Road, all the way up past Capitol. Southbound slowing from Appleton Avenue down to Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 75 degrees away from Lake Michigan. A little bit cooler if you're lakeside today with smoke and haze in the air. Low down to 55 tonight under partly cloudy skies. Right now at 56 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, very low air quality continuing through the morning. That wildfire smoke from Canada has drifted down in our direction, staying near the surface. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore says this high pressure system is keeping smoke lower to the ground now.
We have light winds with a high pressure, but also you get sinking motion with a high pressure. That's why we normally see sunny days like today, but that pushes air down. That keeps the smoke trapped at the surface, so that's why our air quality has been pretty low since yesterday.
Air quality alert goes till noon today. Could be pushed further into the afternoon depending on conditions. Your complete WTMJ 5-day forecast coming up at 7:10.
In Madison, the state budget will no longer be penned by both the governor and the state Republicans as far as planning goes.
After multiple meetings this week, both Governor Tony Evers' office and legislative Republicans released statements Wednesday evening indicating budget negotiations between the two sides had collapsed. Republicans will now draft the state budget with their own proposals, with Assembly Speaker Robin Vos adding they are open to further discussions with the governor. The fiscal year ends June 30th, which is the deadline to pass a budget, though the state will operate under its current spending plan until a new one is agreed upon. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Day 8 of the Maxwell Anderson trial kicks off later this morning in Milwaukee. Anderson accused of murdering and dismembering the body of Sade Robinson after a date in April of 2024. Now, one piece of evidence missing, DNA directly connecting Anderson and Robinson. Attorney Julius Kim with Kim and Lavoie has been offering us commentary on the proceedings. He joined Wisconsin's Afternoon News, talking about how every inch of Anderson's home was searched.
I think that they're trying to show that they went through great efforts to swap every single speck of biological material that they could find in that house, and that they were, in fact, doing a good job investigating this case.
The trial set to resume 8:30 this morning. We'll have a live blog of that trial available as it proceeds at WTMJ.com.
Breaking news from the White House. President Trump is instituting new travel restrictions that ban citizens from 12 countries from entering the U.S., citing the terror attack in Colorado from last week.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
Now, we should point out that the suspect in that attack in Colorado is from Egypt. However, Egypt is not on the list of banned countries. The new rules go into effect just after midnight on Monday.
President Trump also signed a proclamation barring most international students from entering the U.S. to study at Harvard.
The administration will only let in students it deems are in the national interest. Student visa holders already in the U.S. could have their visas revoked. Bryn McCauley graduated from Harvard yesterday.
Harvard in the United States will be significantly poorer if we miss out on the incredible wealth of knowledge and perspectives that our international community brings.
Harvard calls Trump's order another illegal retaliatory step. International students make up more than a quarter of its student body. Losing them would be a big financial blow. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Authorities in Washington state continue searching for Travis Decker. Decker is the Pewaukee native whom they say killed his 3 young daughters near a campground earlier this week. Decker has been on the run since. Now, the sheriff there, Mike Morrison, says they're searching a wide area.
We're optimistic that with our air units up in the sky, looking over the terrain, it's definitely diverse when you're talking about the amount of acreage that we're covering, that we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, no sign of Decker.
Coming up, Japan's going to try to land on the moon today. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:05.
CertaPro Painters, the best in the business. WTMJ's John Mercure here. My wife and I were shocked at how thoughtful they are, how amazing they are, how they moved things that needed to be moved and got their jobs done fast and efficiently. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Slots are filling up fast. Now's the time for your home or your business. Get on their schedule. They will transform your house. It'll be the best-looking house in the neighborhood. The teams I trust are at CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Fleet Fleet Farm's got a great deal on tires to help you hit the road for less. Now when you buy 3 Cooper tires, get the 4th free. Just get a set of 4 qualifying Cooper tires installed with our Resolute Road Hazard policy, and that 4th tire is on us. Plus, for a limited time, we're also offering $10 off Valvoline full synthetic oil changes. Tires, oil, brakes, batteries. Let Fleet Farm's Auto Center techs take care of your auto needs. All at the best prices guaranteed. Cooper tire offer not available at Hastings.
What if you could lose up to 1 pound of fat every single day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, they've got the secret, and it's helping people shed serious weight fast. Hey, it's Steve Scavini from WTMJ. I've been on the Milwaukee Weight Loss program since January and currently in the maintenance phase after losing, get this, 40 pounds. It was fast, easy, and safe, and I'm sticking with the incredible team at Milwaukee Weight Loss to keep the weight off. Their doctor-developed, easy-to-follow program helps people lose weight naturally and safely with no drugs, no risky injections, no meal kits, no shakes, no exercise required. It's not just about losing weight. It's about resetting your metabolism to keep it off for good with personal coaching every step of the way. And guess what? Their program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a month or two, up to 1 pound of fat a day. Book your free consultation now at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com or call 262-449-1180. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
Interesting question in the locker room at Packers OTAs this week. We'll share it with you coming up in sports at 7:15.
The Milwaukee Public School District has one less school with high lead levels.
Milwaukee Health Department tested La Follette School on Tuesday for lead dust and cleared the school for classes to resume in the building. MPS is continuing lead remediation efforts for Brown Street and West Side academies. A blood lead screening clinic will take place on Thursday at Douglas Middle School for Brown Street and West Side Academy students. MPS and MHD plan to screen and test for lead dust this summer for 54 schools in the district built before 1950. Sean Brinda, WTMJ News.
Dealing with the oil spill, thousands of gallons of it into Baltimore's East Harbor this morning. The mayor there, Brandon Scott.
We can smell gas. Obviously, you can smell that gas. And we can see the oil on the water. But we know people are understandably concerned. But again, as you just heard, there is no impact to drinking water.
100 people worked overnight to help contain that spill.
Today is a big day in space exploration. It is. It's a big day, right? For a company hoping to build a colony on the moon in the next 15 years.
The Japanese company iSpace will make its second attempt to land a spacecraft on the moon. The first attempt failed 2 years ago. It's hoping to carry out experiments to help generate power and grow food.
Apparently, it's not easy to land on the moon. ABC's Rand and Alley, they've tried this before. Resilience, as the uncrewed lunar lander is called, is on track to make its touchdown on the moon at 2:24 Central Time this afternoon.
Some of these attempts to land on the moon a half century after we pulled it off, with people walking around on the lunar surface, like really remind you how ridiculously hard that was. But we made it look easy. Well, but for Apollo 13. And even that, somehow those guys came back.
Yeah, amazingly.
Right? 7:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, WTMJ's John Merck here. The paint on the outside of your house is the first impression that people have. CertaPro Painters painted our house and did great. They moved the planters around. They moved the grill out of the way. The little things are important to CertaPro Painters, and they always get it right. Schedule the outside of your house to be done. A free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or your business. The details matter to CertaPro Painters. They do it right the first time. They clean up after themselves. They leave your property better than it ever was. Each CertaPro Painter is independently owned and operated.
Hey there, Brewers fans. We've got a new way for you to watch the Brew Crew this season. FanDuel Sports Network. And now there are more ways to watch the Brewers than ever before. Subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network to stream all the action. Or, new this season, Brewers Baseball is now available on Amazon Prime Video as an add-on subscription. You can also access FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers, including DirecTV, Spectrum, Xfinity, Fubo, and more. Visit GetMyHomeTeams.com to learn more.
7:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
Well, we got a little bit of an issue on Highway 100, right northbound, right at North Avenue. We got the left lane blocked with a crash. Onto the freeway, looking a little slow before Mayfair Road all the way up past Capitol. Northbound 43 slow right around the North Avenue curve up to Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ 5-day forecast. Hazy skies and poor air quality continues for today, but nice temperatures, a high close to 70 with mid-70s inland. Tonight, temperatures fall into the 50s under partly cloudy skies. Friday, small chance for an isolated rain shower, more clouds than sun, with highs in the upper 60s. Mostly cloudy skies for Saturday, high temperatures in the mid-60s to low 70s. Heading into Sunday, we'll see temperatures in the 70s, but a better chance for showers and storms. Monday, we'll see high temperatures in the upper 60s, with still the chance for rain showers. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore. That's your forecast on TMJ.
59 degrees in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
Coming up on 7:12 on this Thursday morning. So this is a snapshot of, I don't know how you like it, dysfunction or certainly a moment in spin. We told you at the top of the hour news that state budget conversations between the GOP leadership in the legislature and the Democratic governor, Tony Evers, have broken down, and now the news.
Right? What had been newsworthy of the process is that they had actually been meeting and at least saying the right thing.
Trying to hammer out something so that the legislature doesn't, as it has several cycles before with this governor, started from scratch, passed something. The governor goes through it with his line item veto, changes it, whatever. You go through that whole process. Can we get to some agreement before all of that? And can we pass something out of the legislative body that ultimately you will sign? And can we talk it out?
Yeah.
So at 5:36 p.m., we received a news release. I believe he was first. It was from Senate Majority Leader Devin LeMahieu, the Republican.
Okay.
Since April, we have engaged in good faith negotiations with Governor Evers and his staff to establish the outline of a bipartisan state budget. Unfortunately, those talks have reached an impasse, and then he goes on to describe why that impasse is Governor Evers' fault. At 5:42 p.m., we received a news release from the governor's office. I told Republicans I'd support their half of the deal and their top tax priorities, even though they're very similar bills that I previously vetoed. Unfortunately, Republicans couldn't agree to support the top priorities in my half of the deal. So what is that, 6 minutes apart?
Yep.
Must have had a bad meeting and raced immediately to their people and said, all right, I want to put the spin out.
Strongly worded press release.
I want a strongly
It's got to be strongly worded.
Strongly worded. So I don't know. This is not a process with which we're unfamiliar. It's how we passed the last bite.
Isn't this what they wanted all along? So that they could just do what they want. Both sides can do what they want and say, hey, we tried, but, can't work with them.
And in fairness to both the governor and legislative leaders, everybody's for compromise, right? You talk about folks, what do people tell us all the time? Why can't these guys work together? Why can't they?
Got to compromise.
We're all for compromise until you have to compromise something that's important to you.
Correct. And then you get upset about it.
So in fairness to all of these parties, when they go back to their constituencies, they say, oh, why did you give them that? Why did you give them that? So I understand where they butt heads. And this has long been a broken relationship with legislative leadership and the governor, and that apparently has not yet been fixed. 7:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here, and I am so excited because Kohler Services just transformed my old bathtub into a beautiful new Luxtone shower. They made it super easy. They came to my home, they did the measurements, they showed me what the shower is going to look like, and then when it was time to install, they hauled away my old tub and I never saw it again. Stephen, Luke, and Will were super focused, super clean, super quiet professional installers. They did a great job. I'm so happy with what they did. And by the way, you can request your free quote for a custom Luckstone shower because they've got a super deal going on right now. The June promo, we've got no interest for 12 months plus a free shower door with the purchase of Kohler Luckstone shower. That is $1,000 of value, and the installation is included. So you want to check it out? Yeah, you go to KohlerServicesWI.com. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Are you tired of being tired? Go to AdventKnows.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Day off for the Brewers today after getting back on track against the Reds on Wednesday afternoon.
Cameron, a fly ball left center field. This is way back there, and it is way gone. Daz Cameron, his first home run as a Brewer. And the Brewers are up 5-1 here in Cincinnati.
Jackson Churio would also go yard, as did Isaac Collins. So the Brewers just barrel roll the Reds 9-1. Pat Murphy loves seeing these reserves. He had a lot of reserves playing on Wednesday. He loves seeing them come out swinging.
That's Cameron. They have good games, They're hungry to play, and that's what it's about. It should be that competitive.
Absolutely. DL Hall, Quinn Priester, quite the duo now on the hill. The two pitched 8 innings total, giving up just 1 run. They like that combination of those two together. So that's now 1 game in a row for the winning streak. That means Vince is already thinking hamburgers. No game today.
Yeah, only 11 to go.
The longest homestand of the season begins tomorrow. 10-game stretch at AmFam Field. It'll be a test, though. Starts with 3 against the Padres. Also got the Braves and the Cardinals in there. So here we go, starting tomorrow night.
Packers complete OTAs today, so it'll be the last practice session for organized team activities. Heard earlier from Keyshawn Nixon, who said despite popping off at the end of last season, saying he's done returning kickoffs, said he was more frustrated after the loss, and there's not much more to it. Interesting moment here, though. Packers broadcaster Larry McCarron noticing as he's talking to Nixon coming into camp, he's looking slimmed down a little bit.
You leaner this year?
Yeah. I feel like the older I get, the slimmer I've been getting. But I'm faster than I've ever been, so that might be a good thing.
I love the front end. I've known Larry for a long time. Yeah, you look a little leaner there. You look well, sir. Nice of you to notice, Larry. Thank you. Well,
playing corner, you get a lot more reps every down. So I think playing that last year, I just wasn't holding on the weight that I used to hold on to. But I'm fine with it. It don't change the dog in me.
Don't change the dog in me. I like that part. Right. So there's your Keyshawn Nixon update. Practice today, and then minicamp opens in Green Bay next week.
Oilers beat the Panthers in overtime. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. NBA Finals start tonight. It's the Pacers and the Thunder. Vince is going to watch every minute of that series. And congratulations to UW Whitewater Baseball. They are your D3 national champions after just crushing Messiah. 21-5 was the final in Game 2 of the World Series. It's a good old-fashioned boat toasting. Now, you know me. We like a good call, right? Good championship good call. You want to hear the final call here for UW Whitewater?
Frank catches it. And the purple people pound out a national championship in Ohio.
So the team, they all run out in the field. They're all celebrating, just jumping on each other. Listen to this part here.
Well, it wasn't the most exciting win, but that's a very good celebration, I think. We've seen a lot of dog piles.
We've seen a lot of dog piles. That was a good one.
Well, I guess. I mean, Whitewater just ripped through everybody.
Yeah. I think it broke a record for most runs scored in a College World Series, so congratulations.
A solid performance. It is 7:19 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
We've seen a lot of dog piles.
The 2015 Wisconsin men's hoops team gave us all a march to remember.
There will be no undefeated champion on Wisconsin with an unbelievable stretch drive to the championship game.
On June 26th, enjoy an intimate celebration with the stars of the run with Made 'em Believe. Presented by M3 Insurance. World-class expertise and individual attention. Tickets are on sale now at uwhoops2015.com. Made 'em Believe, June 26th at the Orpheum Theater in Madison.
When you hear that air conditioner working overtime, like one of those days it never shuts off, it's already well past the time that you should have USA Insulation out to your house. Vince Vitrano for USA Insulation. Get that AC unit and your electric bills a break by making a long-term investment that will pay you back. Now, whether it's the premium injection foam in the walls that goes from bottom to top, or maybe you want to do batting or blow insulation in the attic, USA Insulation is the answer to saving on your heating and cooling costs, and you save from day one. So right now, just got in contact with Jeff over at USA Insulation. Here's what he's offering. A minimum savings of $2,000 on your insulation project of $5,000 or more. So right now, great time to do the work. Jeff still has room on the schedule before things really heat up. So you want to start realizing those savings for the whole summer. Get in touch now. Tell him Vinny sent you to USA Insulation. That's usainsulation.net.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
721, what do you see on the traffic, Deb?
Well, we've got a few issues out there. First of all, on westbound 94, right about at St. Paul Avenue, we have a crash in the left lane, and that's backing things up into the Marquette interchange. Beyond that, more delays just inside the Waukesha County line. You'll see backups all the way past Moreland Road, where you'll find a broken down vehicle off on the right shoulders. Just enough to get everybody to slow down. We've got northbound 41 backing up just before Mayfair Road, all the way up past Capitol Drive. Southbound is backing up in pockets between Appleton Avenue and Burleigh. We've got some delays on northbound 4394 as well, right around the Plainfield curve, all the way up past Oklahoma Avenue. A couple of issues right around the Mitchell interchange. Looks like we've got the right shoulder blocked with broken down vehicle on eastbound 894 heading into the Mitchell interchange. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Smoke and haze still going to be lingering today, and sunny, a high of 75 inland. Tonight, partly cloudy, 55 is your low. Friday, partly cloudy, slight chance for rain to the north on Friday, a high of 73. Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Campaigning. Your comfort is their family's tradition.
I invite you to fire up the live stream this morning if you want to watch us on the radio, because there will be a video component to one of our stories coming up a little bit later this segment. First, how about Gary Sinise giving us a call yesterday?
Yeah, so actor Gary Sinise, known as Lieutenant Dan, of course, from Forrest Gump. That was pretty neat. He's going to be in town. You were one of the first to break this story, that he's going to be here with Lieutenant Dan at the Henry Meyer Festival grounds, July 14th?
July 14th is the date. The Lieutenant Dan Band playing a benefit concert here in Milwaukee.
For Skylight Music Theater. And it was funny because you brought up, when we talked to him on Wednesday, about him not shying away from Lieutenant Dan.
You have fully leaned into Lieutenant Dan, and you're doing good work with it.
Well, there was kind of no getting around it.
Okay.
I love that.
And so why is he coming? Well, he's really big into local theater, and he went to high school with the artistic director there at Skylight Music Theater.
For so many of us, that's where it starts. You know, you just start out as a kid doing plays, you know, and you do it wherever you can, and then it turns into something.
Yeah, so he's big at Steppenwolf there in Chicago, wants to help out the local theater group here, so that's pretty neat. And finally, I thought this was great. Susan Varela was in studio with us, and she said this was Skylight's reaction when they asked if they could come and throw this concert.
When he said, can we come throw a concert and it can benefit Skylight? Of course, the answer was yes, once they picked us off of the floor. Yes, of course, is the answer.
So tickets are still available. I did check this morning. You can text Dan to the Signing Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line.
Great dude.
It's Dan, 855-616-1620 for a link to more information and the tickets for that show.
Great conversation with a great guy, too. That's on there.
You know, while we're on the arts, Milwaukee Repertory Theater is in the midst of its nearly $80 million transformation, what will be the Associated Bank Theater Center, and they are gutting the place. Rebuilding the powerhouse and studio theaters on time, on budget is the update. I got to go on a tour this week, Invited to go with the folks from the Rep and the general contractor on the project, Hunzinger Construction.
Here at Milwaukee Rep, thank you for joining us today on the tour. As we've talked about this building, we'll be able to change the stage from a proscenium setup to a thrust setup.
Hi, I'm John Hunzinger. I'm the CEO and chairman of Hunzinger Construction Company.
Remind me again, was it a Wisconsin Electric building? Or
Yes, it was. Hence the name Powerhouse for the theater. It was a long-time coal-burning power steam generation facility.
John, I heard a lot today about found space. What an extraordinary thing you've done uncovering some of these old architectural relics.
That's very true. The building is reinventing itself, and we're finding some more, what you're referring to as some more floor area that we've been able to steal from the building by taking advantage of some of the heights and some of the open spaces.
But some of the beautiful construction as well, the exposed brick, the exterior that's now interior.
Yes, it's a Cream City brick, and was the namesake for our city.
I have to think there are different challenges when you're trying to save all that and work in an existing space as opposed to doing new construction.
Indeed, there is. There was a lot of selective demolition that had to occur, and there were places where we had to take it apart more carefully than normal so that we could retrieve and recycle some of these brick units that we're talking about.
Lower, we pop up, so there'll be little soffits that kind of come up, and we'll have some lighting that's inside of those.
Melissa Vartanian is managing director at Milwaukee Repertory Theater, and today our tour guide. Can you go through a little bit, not just in the patron comfort experience and all of the amenities and things, but the changes that will allow your artistic team to create different kinds of art here?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that we talked about today when we were on the tour is that a lot of the equipment that we had was, honestly was equipment that out-aged the people that were running it. So this will be modernizing ourselves, making ourselves a little bit more current.
I recall Mark Clements saying something to the effect of, this will rival any theater on Broadway or anywhere else in the country.
Yeah, that's how we feel about it.
In terms of your capabilities, right?
Absolutely. It was all exterior before. But now that historic brick has been cleaned, and it's something that you can literally touch.
When we go on these tours, John, it must fill your heart to watch people's reaction and to finally take people into the space and show them your process.
That's very true. Our business, the construction business, is so unique. We get to be involved in so many different types of businesses. This is man's mark of his time here. It comes in the form of buildings, edifices, and we have the good fortune to be involved in that and really make dreams come true and build the future together with our clients.
The grand opening concert in the new space is coming up October 11th. That'll be the Bernadette Peters concert. And then the first big show, first biggest test of this new space is going to be the grand musical Come From Away. That comes in November. It is 7:28 on Wisconsin's Morning News. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell about 92 points in trading on Wednesday to 42,428. The NASDAQ closed at 19,460. That was up 62 points, and the S&P 500 largely flat at 5971. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, our weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. Sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining us today, Jeff Salazinski, Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, we talked about some of the disruptions due to mergers and acquisitions in the insurance industry over the years. How's 2025 looking so far?
Thank you, Vince. Great to be here. Another busy year for M&A in our business with a couple of interesting twists. Many of the nationals are looking to get much larger through huge deals, and many of the brokers and agents that merged just a few years ago are looking to be acquired again.
So why is this so important to people listening right now?
Vince, when your agent or broker sells their business, it means uncertainty. Is it really helping the business owner when your insurance agent or broker's heads down, involved in selling their business or acquiring another one? Today's market's too complex to be working with an agent or broker that's distracted. New owners have new demands. The focus becomes very much internal and away from the customer.
So here in Wisconsin, how does the agent-broker landscape look right now?
There are several agencies that'll be involved in their third deal in just the last 5 years. Others are working on timing their IPO to hit the market at the right time. Not easy. And new players are looking to make their way into the Wisconsin market.
So, Jeff, why should a family or business work with R&R Insurance?
At R&R Insurance, we're fiercely independent. We've been family-owned for almost 50 years. Stability is critically important. We make our own decisions and answer only to ourselves. We're client-focused and direct our energy and resources toward our clients. If you're looking for a better insurance purchasing experience with a top 100 agency in the country, we'd love to speak with you. At R&R Insurance, we know business insurance.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
Traffic is sponsored by Rich Lawn's Tire and Service Center.
Rich Lawn's Tire and Service Centers. 5 locations and all easy to find. Visit richlawns.com when you're due for service.
At 7:31, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Thursday, June 5th. Our top story, smoke sticking around a bit longer.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Travel ban returns.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Still have this accident on northbound Highway 100 at North Avenue with the left lane blocked. So watch out for that. On the freeway system, we're seeing delays from just before Mayfair Road all the way up past Capitol. Southbound slowing from Appleton Avenue down to Burleigh, and northbound 43 heavy from Fond du Lac Avenue up to Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny skies, but smoke and haze as well, with a high of 70 at the lake, 75 inland, low down to 55 tonight. Right now at 59.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump reviving and expanding a policy from his first administration targeting a dozen countries with a full travel ban. It means no visitors from those countries, no temporary trips, no permanent moves. The president also placing partial travel restrictions on another 7 countries.
People from Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela will now be unable to come to the U.S. permanently or get student or tourist visas. The White House says they're targeting countries that lack proper vetting, fail to share identity and threat information, or exhibit high visa overstay rates.
ABC's Mary Bruce. Russian airstrikes have killed 5 more people, including, Ukraine says, a 1-year-old boy, his mother, and his grandmother, part of a drone attack in a northern city. Israel has recovered the bodies of 2 Israeli-American hostages taken in Hamas's October 7th attacks. Also, those U.S.-Israeli-run centers in Gaza shut down for a second day. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:33.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, very low air quality continues this morning. Wildfire smoke sticking around the surface here in southeast Wisconsin. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Morris. The smoke is mixing in with fog this morning to reduce visibility.
Visibility is also down from some of that smoke and haze, and unfortunately it doesn't move that much as a high pressure sits just off to our north. That's going to kind of keep that smoke lingering across the area for today.
Air quality alert in effect through noon today. That could be pushed further into the afternoon depending on conditions. Complete WTMJ 5-day forecast at 7:40.
The state budget proposals will no longer be penned by both the governor and the state Republicans. They had been working together, but on Wednesday night, budget negotiations between the two fell through. Republicans will now draft the state budget with their own proposals, arguing that the governor's priorities would spend too much money. The governor says both sides need to come to an agreement. Deadline to pass the budget is the end of the month.
Trial for Maxwell Anderson set to resume in about an hour this morning. Wednesday's testimony focused on the lack of Anderson's DNA being found anywhere near the victim in the case, Sade Robinson. State Crime Lab forensic expert Sharon Palkowski said they were solely focused on finding DNA related to Anderson.
Did you receive any other biological standards from any other individuals other than Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
I did receive one from Sheena Scarborough, but it was not used for comparison for these items, simply with the toothbrush.
Did you receive any standards from any other males?
No.
Only Max Anderson, right?
Yes.
Anderson faces 4 felony charges connected to Robinson's death.
A gun found at a Milwaukee high school. Police recovered a machine gun near Carmen High School of Science and Tech on the South Campus over the weekend. 14-year-old was arrested. Now, MPS says the teenager does not attend MPS schools, and the gun was found at a charter school. It's unclear if that gun was recovered inside or outside the building.
Coming up, Pride on the Lakefront. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:34. News is brought to you by J&J Contractors. Visit jjcontractorsllc.com.
Imagine waking up to the updated kitchen or bathroom of your dreams. J&J Contractors is your preferred partner in all your home renovation needs. They can transform your kitchen with beautiful new floors, custom cabinetry, and more. Dreaming of a spa-like oasis with custom tile work and fixtures? J&J Contractors will design a bathroom that leaves you feeling relaxed and rejuvenated. For your free consultation, just search online, J&J Contractors, or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors. Welcome home.
The cars have changed since 1955, but the tradition rolls on at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. It's the 70th annual WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, June 6th to the 8th. Everything from showroom stock to purpose-built race cars. If it's got 4 wheels, it's running at the June Sprints. It's an extra special 70th year for the summer tradition. Back at America's National Park of Speed, June 6th to the 8th. June Sprints at Road America. Details, tickets, and camping at roadamerica.com.
Vince Vitrano here. It's coming up tomorrow. Something you got to watch online. My friend John Mercure is going to be co-hosting a webinar. We've done these from time to time. I've done a few out there at Annex Wealth Management, and John's going to be talking with Brian Jacobson. He's the chief economist there. It's not to be missed. It's coming up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. It's called Instant Insight. So the jobs report is coming out tomorrow, and right after, Brian and John are going to provide you with everything you need to know, where they're going to share instant analysis on that breaking financial and market news. Here's how you sign up, and it's free to join. You just have to sign up ahead of time. Visit WTMJ.com, click on the Instant Insight Register Now button, or you can check out events at annexwealth.com. It's coming up tomorrow, 9 o'clock, with John Mercure and Brian Jacobson at Annex Wealth Management.
Here's to the farm and fleet dads, the ones who take pride in a job well done, the ones who make the most of every moment and still take the time to pass it on. At Blaine's, we're here to make this Father's Day special with gifts for one-of-a-kind dads at prices that'll make them proud. Like select men's Carhartt Force and Ariat apparel, 25% off. Special buy DeWalt tool batteries, just $39 while supplies last. Plus, Blaine's gift cards are always perfect gifts. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
CertaPro Painters, the best in the business. WTMJ's John Mercure here. My wife and I were shocked at how thoughtful they are, how amazing they are, how they moved things that needed to be moved and got their jobs done fast and efficiently. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Slots are filling up fast. Now's the time for your home or your business. Get on their schedule. They will transform your house. It'll be the best-looking house in the neighborhood. The teams I trust are at CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:38.
Brewers return home for their longest homestand of the season. Sports at 7:45.
Pride Fest kicks off at the lakefront today in Milwaukee. And, of course, June is Pride Month. And a story that we saw start happening over the last couple of years is that a lot of corporate entities are cutting their programs and pulling back on sponsoring Pride events for fear of backlash. Adrienne Pasquarelli is with Ad Age.
The Pride marketing is very, very quiet this year. It's really quite sparse, and that reflects this overall trend about this fear of brands doing anything diversity related. Brands are afraid of backlash from conservative consumers. They're also afraid of retribution from the current administration in Washington.
Now, the good news for Milwaukee Pride is they haven't really seen that. Their sponsors have been pretty loyal. Wes Schaefer told that to the Shepherd Express, that he says they're in a great partnership with their folks. They haven't lost any sponsors. Also, when we caught up with them at the festival celebration party preview, was that a couple of weeks ago?
The festival, there's got to be a better term for what it was.
Preview.
Festival celebration party preview.
Well, and he talked about a very specific partnership they had.
Pride Fest, Wes, what are you serving up?
We are serving a Kylie Minogue rosé, sparkling rosé, and we are doing an Aperol Spritz with her rosé. We are, believe it or not, Kylie Minogue's wine company's biggest event partnership in the United States.
That's some name dropping there.
It looks like you guys have been a little popular today. I don't see a lot of. We are running a little low. But we have plenty. If you're looking for a swig, happy to pour one.
It was tasty enough.
It was a very tasty Kylie Minogue
refreshing,
wine.
Eric.
Yes, and Kylie Minogue wine, by the way, very popular. They sold like 20 million bottles.
By the way, it was well after noon at that point. 7:40 on Wisconsin's Morning News. This report brought to you by Steinhoffels. Visit them at steinhoffels.com.
Nothing beats a great night's sleep on a beauty rest from Steinhoffels. Right now, you'll get a free foundation when you buy a Beauty Rest Black or World Class mattress. Queen mattresses start at just $30 per month when you use Steinhaffel's 60-month financing. And with Steinhaffel's 110% price guarantee, 120-night sleep guarantee, and free delivery, you can't make a mistake. Don't overpay for a good night's sleep. Shop Steinhaffel's in-store or online.
Still looking for something for Dad this Father's Day? Stop by Fleet Farm and get him a gift he really wants at the best price guaranteed. Like Columbia apparel and footwear, now 25% off. Or get him a Wildview video trail cam for just $29.99. And what dad wouldn't love a Milwaukee M12 5-tool combo kit for under $200. For these and more last-minute Father's Day deals, stop by your local Fleet Farm or check out our latest weekly ad at fleetfarm.com.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Comfort Awnings. I reclaimed my outdoor space with a beautiful retractable awning from Comfort Awnings. It's the best of both worlds, and you can enjoy summer sun and extend your awning when you need shade. It's completely customizable too. They're even available with remote control operation and sensors that retract it when it detects strong winds, and it extends it when it detects rain. Comfort awnings are even a deterrent against UV radiation. You know how that is. Right now, get $400 off your awning or screen. That's a great deal. Call Comfort Awnings for your free estimate at 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com.
Hi, I'm Jim Token, representing the auto dealers of Metro Milwaukee. Did you know that Adam member dealers employ more than 6,500 people? Plus, Adam recently completed their 15th annual Feeding America Change Your Oil campaign. To date, Adam has donated over $953,000, which provided over 3.8 million meals. Start your next car search by finding an Adam member dealer at adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
Checking in with Debbie here at 7:42.
All right, they're still dealing with this accident on northbound Highway 100 at North Avenue, blocking the left lane, so heads up with that. Onto the freeway, we've got eastbound 94 at the ramp from Mitchell Boulevard. We've got the right shoulder blocked with another accident there. Other than that, we've got westbound 94 slowing out of the Marquette all the way out past the Mitchell Boulevard accident. The northbound side of 41 slowing from just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up past Capitol. And then on northbound 43, slowing from just before Fond du Lac Avenue all the way to Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny and hazy today, a high of 75 inland. Tonight, partly cloudy, low of 55. Friday looks good, partly cloudy, a high of 73. There is a slight chance for rain, mainly to the north tomorrow. 742, 59 degrees.
They are lining up to be the first to get them this morning.
Happening today.
The Nintendo Switch 2 gaming console dropping today. Concerns about shortages driving people to wait in line or snap up vouchers online.
I brought my my chair, my blanket. I bought some portable chargers. I also bought some snacks and water that I'm sharing across with everybody else.
So that guy's in line at a store in Pensacola, Florida. The local news had big old line outside of Mayfair Mall as well this morning where they are going on sale. Now, not everyone, Eric, is impressed with the company's latest offering.
Okay. It's an overpriced piece of garbage mostly.
No. Why is it a piece of garbage?
It is like barely more powerful than the Switch 1, which released in 2017 and was underpowered for that time. So Nintendo wants us to pay $449 for a console that will only really be able to play their games.
So that is Wisconsin's Morning News tech correspondent Max Vitrano.
Excellent.
Who is, you should know, a Nintendo devotee.
Okay.
Like, that's his preferred thing. He likes it better, in theory, than Xbox and all that stuff.
But clearly down on the Switch 2.
Well, complaints about the price point here. Nintendo consoles historically have come in at a lower cost than Xbox or PlayStation, and now creeping into that territory. So the boy also concerned about the new controllers. Nintendo battling with complaints in the last version of losing responsiveness, or what the gamers call drift.
The new Joy-Cons, they look really nice, and they probably play pretty good, at least right now, but they're attached on magnetically, so the magnets are going to die in a couple of years, and then they're not going to attach to the console good anymore.
So that's getting into the weeds a bit, but again, concerns about the quality.
But then you have to buy a new one, then, that's when you're investing more money.
Max also adds he is not aware of a wealth of new games. So there's a new Mario Kart.
Which that's the hot ticket.
The big draw,
is the
right?
New cart, yeah.
He said price point on that is also pretty high too. He's looking at that at being $80 to $90.
Ooh, okay.
Whereas they were used to being in the $50, $60 range for a Nintendo game. And yet, all that said,
You still a huge Nintendo fan, though?
Yeah, I still want one.
well, there they got you.
Aha!
So the Nintendo Switch 2 drops today.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here. The markets have been unpredictable, and if you're close to retirement, that uncertainty can be stressful. So how do you protect your savings while still growing your investments? That's exactly what Drake & Associates helps Wisconsinites do. Since 2002, they've guided good people to make great decisions about retirement with their exclusive Retirement Roadmap, a comprehensive holistic approach to planning. Right now, they're offering a complimentary retirement toolkit featuring Tony Drake's book, Get Retirement Ready, plus 5 guides to help you navigate market ups and downs with confidence. To claim yours, call or text Drake to 414-400-4692. That's Drake to 414-400-4692.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
When it comes to your career, you have an advantage. So time to take advantages. Here's how you do that. You work with LAK Group, where they offer career coaching so you can identify and amplify your unique skill set to give your career a bump or to get better in sync with your organization. From resume critiques to job offer negotiation to personal branding, career coaching from LAK gets you on the right path. You've heard have Mike Grubich from LAK Group on with us on Wisconsin's Morning News. Every career decision I've made in my life in the last 5 to 10 years since I've known Mike, I have run by him first. Learn more at Transforming Careers. That's transformingcareers.com. LAK, discover your human advantage.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers are back home, taking it easy today after a 5-1 road trip that culminated with a good old-fashioned boat roll of the Reds.
Is a fly ball right field. Benson back at the track. Wall. Bye baseball. Jackson Churio quiet no more. A 2-run shot. It's 3-0 Milwaukee.
It would end up being 9-1. Churio goes yards. So did some of the reserves. Isaac Collins had a 3-run shot. Daz Cameron had his first homer as a Brewer. And the Crew really getting into this pitching combo now of DL Hall and Quinn Priester. They really like opening with Hall and then having Priester kind of take the longer run. So Hall did 3, then Priester did 5.
Hero of the game for me, he just he quietly went out there and gave us 5 innings and just bared down. It was good.
Pat Murphy right there. They pitched 8 innings total, giving up just 1 run. So Brewers win. No game today. They start the longest homestand of the year. It's not going to be easy, though. You start with the Padres tomorrow night at AmFam.
Packers open mandatory minicamp next week. We got one more session of these OTAs today. Keyshawn Nixon, Packers defensive back, he made some news at the end of last season when he surprised his head coach by saying he was done returning kicks.
Keyshawn yesterday said he doesn't want to return kicks anymore and he wants to be a number 1 corner.
That was interesting.
Matt on the floor. That was interesting. Hadn't heard that before. Well, Nixon back in the fold this week.
That's just probably a comment that I probably could have kept to myself for real, but it is what it is. I said it. I meant what I said, but I'm also a team player, and if the coaches and the team need me to do something, I'm going to do it for sure.
All right, so that's Nixon on that, and we can put that to rest. He's like, well, yeah, I was frustrated after the loss. We all were. Probably shouldn't have popped off, but that's what I meant at the time, and I'll do what the team needs me to do. One more OTA practice minicamp next week in Green Bay.
Go get it. Come back. Come on.
Congratulations to the UW Whitewater baseball team. They are your D3 national champions after just crushing Messiah in both games of the World Series. 21-5 was the final on Wednesday. Just good old-fashioned dog pile afterward as they celebrate their D3 national championship. The team's going to have a big celebration tonight at Puka Field there, Puka Field on campus.
Staying active, essential for overall health. Proper medical support, essential for staying active. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Whether it's keeping a weekend warrior like me on the tennis court or keeping young athletes in the game, you want the best in sports medicine, that's OAW. Surgeons, nurses, and physical therapists help you recover from injury, avoid injury in the future, and enhance performance. Get care 7 days a week. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic or book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
This Friday, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. Don't miss it this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. for an instant insight after the jobs report is released. Brian and I will provide you with all you need to know. We'll share instant analysis on breaking financial and market news. Visit WTMJ.com and click the Instant Insight Register Now button or check out events at annexwealth.com. That's this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. with me, John Mercure, and Brian Jacobson. Register today.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking in with Debbie here at 7:51.
All right, a bit of a heavy ride northbound 43 from just north of the Marquette all the way up towards Burleigh. Southbound 43's got some backups from before Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. Back on the brakes from Capitol Drive down towards Burleigh. Westbound 94 slowing from about 20th Street all the way through to 35th. The eastbound side has an accident at Mitchell Boulevard off on the right shoulder, so that's backing things up all the way back into the zoo interchange. By the way, westbound continues heavy from about 92nd Street all the way in past Elm Grove Road. Northbound 41 backing up from just north of Watertown Plank Road, and that stays heavy all the way up past Capitol. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast brought to you by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Comfortable temperatures today, high of 75 degrees, bit cooler near the lake. Mostly sunny skies behind the haze and smoke. That's going to be an issue through the day. Low down to 55 tonight. Partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers, mainly north of the city on Friday. 68 lakeside, 73 inland. And for your weekend, Saturday partly to mostly cloudy, high of 72 degrees, bit cooler near the lake. Sunday partly cloudy with scattered showers and storms likely, high 73. Right now at 59.
Idea Man.
I think at this point right now, Jair needs the Packers a lot more than the Packers need Jair.
Innovative.
Green Bay's not going to have him come in until they feel like the deal and the value and the risk is where they want it, not where Jair's looking for it.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
From Jair's standpoint, you think that this team doesn't want me, 31 other teams will want you. Well, maybe, but not at the price point that you probably hoped or thought.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News is sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
So, Tausch, we talked about how the NFL may have players playing in the next Olympics when it comes to flag football. We've seen that with NBA players playing on the basketball side of things. We've seen it with hockey. NHL will take a timeout and play in the winter games. All their players will for their teams, their countries. Well, how about this? Baseball. Commissioner of Major League Baseball says the league and owners have begun discussing the potential of MLB participation at the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. There's conversation about the games. I would say this, said Manfred. I think we've made some progress with LA in terms of what that could look like.
I like that.
Yeah?
So
you'd have to break up the
do.
season.
Yeah, it's a logistical challenge.
Well, they do it in the NHL,
Yep.
and we've seen that. And I think you start looking at how every sport, and the NFL is the latest to try to globalize their game. Baseball's been global for a while. And I think when you kind of look around, I think Bud Selig put something together. It was in the preseason where they would go, and I don't remember. I think it was the World Cup of Baseball or something.
It's every 4 years.
Yeah, which is, like an Olympic. And obviously they timed it out, and they were in Japan. You just sense. And when our family went over to Japan, you obviously everybody knows Ohtani, but baseball is humongous there. You're trying to grow the game. I think what we've seen is those sports have really done it well, and it has now become more and more global. And you can't. The NFL tried to do like the World League and some of the other stuff. You got to send regular season games, and it has to mean something. And you saw once they started doing that, London is growing. Now you're into Germany. You've seen Brazil. So I know there's some logistical things, but when you want to grow something and now everything is global, you have to put it out there and you have to showcase that on the biggest site. I really think what the NHL did with its All-Star game has triggered everybody, every other commissioner of a major sport, and said, that seemed to really be popular and worked. And you know what happens when something is popular and it works and makes money? The other commissioners are like, this could be something kind of fun on our end to kind of look at.
So I know you like to think creatively, though, about how teams pull this, leagues pull this stuff off, Tausch. So let me throw the calendar at you. The 2028 games are July 14th through July 30th.
All-Star break.
So, right, do you build the All-Star break around that and extend the break? Or do you leave teams challenged, like say, all right, if you guys want to go to the Olympics, whatever, we're starting a week later, good luck.
But you're going to lose all your good players.
So what I would say is you're going to, maybe you cap it and you can only have 5 players. Now, obviously, 5 players on the Dodgers, my guess, would be hurt a little bit more. Hey, welcome to the real world. Welcome to what we have. Yeah, you see the Rockies. There's other teams that don't have that. So tough luck. You got a AAA team. You got a AA team. I would say lengthen the All-Star break to give it a full week, and then you have to battle and scrap and claw for another week.
And
that's
how
the
about
deal.
This? That year you don't have an All-Star game. You still have the
no All-Star game.
That'll be the one time we have AmFam, and we won't even get it.
Yeah, we're set for 28.
That'll be at AmFam Field, yeah. And then the All-Star game will finally get to the NBA. Will finally put the All-Star game at Fiserv Forum, which should have happened years ago, right. And they'll go global with that too. But I just think that this would be. You get rid of the All-Star game. You give everybody a full week. The Olympic guys get to go. And then you're playing a week without your guys. And if there's, tough luck, at least it's here in the U.S., so you're not asking guys to fly back from Japan or fly back from Australia and have to come and deal with the time change. I think that makes a ton of sense, but there is no doubt Major League Baseball is searching for ways to make their game grow. I think it's a no-brainer that they do it.
Here's the other problem. U.S. is going to get worked.
Yeah, be some tough
all the guys
teams.
who make up our teams would go and play for their home country or country of origin and their ethnicity.
There is no doubt. I mean, I would be surprised if they'd be competitive, but yeah, they would not be the favorites. But I saw that the NBA, Silver just said that the world is playing the U.S. in the NBA All-Star game next year, and I would think the world would be heavy favorites in that too, which when you think about it, guys of our age, you get in the 90s, you'd think that's crazy talk, and now here we go, and it's not crazy talk at all.
7:58.
Love it.
Thanks, Tausch, on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Yep.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Central Standard Craft Distillery is relocating its main operation to the historic Harley-Davidson campus in Milwaukee's near West Side neighborhood. The local distillery has purchased a 73,000 square foot space that it will use for production, tasting, distillery tours, and private events. The most expensive residence on the market in the Milwaukee area is an Oconomowoc Lake estate, listed for $14.5 million. It features an indoor pool, theater, and 580 degrees of private lake frontage. 2 eateries that have been part of 3rd Street Market Hall since it opened are leaving the downtown food hall. Dairyland and Midway Bakery's last day will be June 28th. I'm Addison Lathers from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
It's happened again. Another local organization switching to business technology from James Imaging Systems. This time, it's St. Anne Center for Intergenerational Care. CFO Sally Parente.
We were unhappy with our previous vendor. It was always a big production. We also had some issues with pricing.
And now with James Imaging Systems,
The service, the value, and the ease with which we can just keep using their service and not having any big headaches. We're getting value here as well.
just what you'd expect from James Imaging Systems, a 100% Wisconsin-owned and managed company. AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation.
I love that they're a local company. They've been a wonderful business partner for St. Anne Center.
Make the switch to James Imaging Systems. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at accunet.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Your trusted and relevant source for news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 8:01, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News, Thursday, June 5th. Our top story, court resumes shortly in a high-profile murder trial.
I'm Erik Bilstad. A manhunt continues for a Pewaukee native.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, eastbound 94, right about at Highway F in Waukesha County. We got the left shoulder blocked with a broken down vehicle and a squad, and everybody's kind of slowing down. So we're seeing delays from Highway 16 to that point, back on the brakes from 84th Street all the way through the Stadium interchange to about 35th Street. Remember, we do have an accident at Mitchell Boulevard off on the shoulder as well. Southbound on 41, we got backups from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol Drive. Northbound is heavy from north of Watertown Plank Road up past Capitol. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, high of 75 degrees today. Bit cooler near the lake with smoke and haze in the sky. Low down to 55 tonight. Milwaukee at 59. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Maxwell Anderson trial resumes later this hour. Anderson, of course, accused of murdering and dismembering Shondae Robinson after a date last spring. Wednesday afternoon's testimony focused on DNA and blood evidence, or, as the defense would prefer, the lack thereof. State Crime Lab forensic expert Sharon Polkowski on the stand.
There's no blood at all found on any of the swabs of the bathroom.
It was not detected on those swabs.
This plaid jacket that we held up, no blood on there.
No blood. The tests were negative.
Okay. And the knife handle and knife blade that was swabbed, there's no blood on it, right?
That's correct.
Anderson facing 4 felony charges. Court set to resume at 8:30 this morning.
Law enforcement in Washington State are continuing to search for Travis Decker. It's the Pewaukee native whom they say killed his 3 young daughters during a court-approved visitation. Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says his office isn't resting until they find Decker.
Working tirelessly throughout the day with our federal resources, state resources, neighboring agencies.
The 3 girls were found dead near a campground in Washington earlier this week. Police say Decker has former military training and is considered highly dangerous.
Talks and negotiations over a new state budget between Republicans in the legislature and Governor Tony Evers have apparently broken down.
After multiple meetings this week, both Governor Tony Evers' office and legislative Republicans released statements Wednesday evening indicating budget negotiations between the two sides had collapsed. Republicans will now draft the state budget with their own proposals, with Assembly Speaker Robin Vos adding they are open to further discussions with the governor. The fiscal year ends June 30th, which is the deadline to pass a budget, though the state will operate under its current spending plan until a new one is agreed upon. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
President Trump says last weekend's terror attack in Colorado led him to institute a new travel ban. But as News Nation's Libby Dean reports, the country where the suspect in the attack comes from didn't make the travel ban list.
Egypt right now is not facing any of those new
travel restrictions. And it was surprising to some, given President Trump's reasoning for these new travel restrictions was that terror attack that allegedly was carried out by an Egyptian national this past weekend in Boulder, Colorado. And authorities there say that the man targeted a group gathered in support of Israeli hostages being held in Gaza. And that led to this new travel restrictions that we're seeing from President Trump. That's how he explained it.
Those restrictions go into a place on Monday. The man who's accused of that attack in Colorado, he'll be back in court today.
Russian President Vladimir Putin vowing to respond to Ukraine's recent airfield attacks deep inside Russia during a phone call he had with President Trump on Wednesday.
With Putin's call with Pope Leo, the Vatican said the pontiff appealed to Putin to take action that would favor peace. This was their first known direct call since Leo became pope, with high-level communications frozen since Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukrainian authorities say at least 3 were killed and more than 30 others injured Wednesday in northeast Ukraine's Kharkiv and Sumy regions. The fear is that Sumi's regional capital will fall soon. For CBS Mornings, I'm Ramy Inocencio in London.
We're going to take you inside that drone attack, just how difficult and novel that idea was, how hard it was to pull off, and the prospects for danger on the home front. We're going to do that coming up at 8:10 this morning.
Coming up, you may not know his name, but you definitely know the song he wrote.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:05.
Save on the best quality furniture and mattresses during the Memorial Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. With major discounts from our premier suppliers, you will save big bucks on top brands like Bradington Young, made in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Bradington Young is known for its fine quality leather upholstery. Fjords brings you modern Scandinavian designed recliners and sofas, ergonomically engineered for more hip and back support. Norwalk, with American roots that go back over 100 years, specializes in making furniture just for you. Choose the piece, style, fabric, or leather you want, and in just 35 days, we'll deliver your new sofa, chair, or sectional. In stock or special orders are all sale priced. Need a little help putting it all together? At Ken Michaels Furniture, our design staff is ready to help you with your purchases, and it's free. Stop in today and save during our Memorial Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture on Capitol Drive in Brookfield, Highway 100 in Greenfield, or our downtown Mattress Factory showroom.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:07.
Milwaukee Public School District reporting one fewer school with high levels of lead.
The Milwaukee Health Department tested La Follette School on Tuesday for lead dust and cleared the school for classes to resume in the building. MPS is continuing lead remediation efforts for Brown Street and West Side Academies. A blood lead screening clinic will take place on Thursday at Douglas Middle School for Brown Street and West Side Academy students. MPS and MHD plan to screen and test for lead dust this summer for 54 schools in the district built before 1950. Sean Brinda, WTMJ News.
Meanwhile, more funding will be pulled from the MPS district by the state. Metropolitan Milwaukee Association of Commerce President Dale Koinga on Wisconsin's Afternoon News says the district's troubles come from outdated machines and programming.
The priority right now is to get these reports in and get away from Excel spreadsheets. And it's just they are doing accounting 15, 20 years ago on a system that DPI doesn't recommend, DPI doesn't really even support.
Koinga says once MPS fixes and submits its financial reports, it hopefully will never have to deal with these issues like this again.
May not know his name, but you might well know his music.
We're the sauce on your steak. We're the cheese in your cake.
His family says Alf Clausen, who composed and arranged the songs for hundreds of Simpsons episodes over 27 years, has died.
Who needs their quickie mart?
Creator Matt Groening often called him the show's secret weapon.
Who controls the British crown?
Clausen won 2 Emmys for his Simpsons songs before he was fired in 2017 for what producers called cost-saving reasons. After fans protested, they brought him back as a composer emeritus. He did not come up with the show's famous theme song. That was Danny Elfman. Alf Clausen was 84. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:08.
Hey, this is Steve Scafidi for Advent. I had some snoring issues that kept my wife up at night. That led to poor sleep and a lot of tired mornings on the radio, and nobody wants that, trust me. Put it simply, my nose wasn't working the way it should. I decided to go to Advent for a quick 30-minute visit, one of their great facilities, talk to a bunch of their doctors. They really put me at ease. After a really simple sleep study at home, in my own bed, they determined the root cause of my problem had to do with my sinuses and nasal passages in my breathing triangle. I didn't even know I had a breathing triangle until I went to see Advent. After a short procedure done in office, I'm back to breathing well, and my wife and I are both back to sleeping through the whole night. The best sleep we've ever had, that could be you. If you struggle with restless nights like I did, take the time to see how Advent can help. To find out how breathing well and sleeping well can make your life and your nights a whole lot better, go to AdventKnows.com, schedule an appointment today. Because Advent knows, when you breathe well, you live better.
Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin was talking with the guys after tennis the other night. A lot of questions because they've seen the commercial, right? Gina Della and me like, hey, what'd you have? Do you really have the windows? I'm like, yeah, we got windows. We got a front door. We got a patio door. Love all of it. Well, that's really expensive, right, Pella? Well, Pella is the best of the industry. Now, it seems everybody knows that, but right now, Pella has a product line for every budget. You can get no interest and pay nothing for up to 2 years. So if you're planning to wait on your big project, well, wait on paying for it and get it right now. Pella believes every quality window and doors project doesn't have to be expensive. Wide range of affordable options and products assembled right here in America. You get the look you want at a price you can afford. Always get the Pella free in-home consultation. So bring them in. No obligation quote. That's on the table. You know exactly what you get, exactly how much it will cost, and your available financing. Certain restrictions on this deal do apply. It ends at the end of this month. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, Abby Holm. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
11 minutes after 8 o'clock. Debbie's got an update on the traffic.
Yep, we've got eastbound 94 slowing down from Highway 16 to Highway F in Waukesha County. There's a broken down car there kind of making for distraction. Actually, it's now gone now that I'm looking at it. We do have delays, though, from 84th Street all the way through the Stadium interchange as well. And we've got that accident at Mitchell Boulevard off on the right shoulder. On the westbound side, slowing down from 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. And then again from the Zoo past Elm Grove Road. Northbound 43, watch for delays from basically Kilbourne all the way up to Keith. And we've got backups on 4394 northbound right around the Plainfield curve all the way up towards Oklahoma Avenue. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. We'll have that smoke and haze in the skies today. Mostly sunny skies behind that, with a high of 70 at the lake, 75 inland. Partly cloudy, low down to 55 tonight. And for your Friday, partly cloudy skies, just a slight chance of showers mainly north of the city, high of 73 degrees. Right now, 59 in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
8:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News this Thursday morning. A brazen attack. It's drawing comparison to one of the hottest films on screen right now, Mission Impossible. President Trump, in the wake of the Ukrainian drone attack on Russia, spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin, who said he is planning to retaliate. They talked by phone this week. President Trump called it a good conversation, but not one that will lead to immediate peace between the warring nations. About that drone strike.
The Ukrainians sent a swarm of more than 100 drones descending on multiple airfields, crippling Moscow's nuclear-capable warplanes, setting them ablaze. A U.S. official telling ABC News Ukraine destroyed at least 10 of the 20 Russian warplanes it targeted. That's less than half of the 41 aircraft Ukraine claims it blew up.
ABC's Martha Raddatz reporting there. Now, whether it was 40, 20, or even just 10 aircraft actually taken out, this attack was brilliantly conceived and raises some interesting questions about our homeland security. If that can happen overseas, is America vulnerable to a similar style assault? Bringing in ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett live from Washington. this morning. Brad, the words that you've used to describe what Ukraine pulled off here, stunning warfare, that gave me a bit of a chill.
It should. But I think let's just stick with stunning and how cool it was from the standpoint that for 18 months, according to President Zelensky, it took them to pull off this op, where basically they were able to pre-stage drones all over Russia. I'm talking about thousands of miles from Ukraine, close to Norway, in Siberia and other places. And they were able to take drones, secrete them inside wooden boxes that would look pretty routine on top of a truck. And then within 4 miles of these bases, have these trucks located. And then remotely from Ukraine, we're able to remove the lids of these boxes and launch the drones, who would then fly, in very short order to a Russian base. Now, you would say, well, couldn't the Russians intercept that? And I think the problem is that's why the drones were in close proximity. It may not have given the Russians enough time to figure out there was actually a drone over one of their super important planes. And that's why they destroyed or damaged so many different planes simultaneously at numerous locations. And one of the biggest things is, and from my perspective, is they did it without anybody knowing about it. This thing would take a lot of moving parts within Russia for it to work, and for the Ukrainian intelligence service to be able to use their agents to secretly move around Russia and basically prepare these launches. It's just it's really unbelievable.
And they got all their people out safely, Brad.
They got all their people out. So that tells me that whoever drove the trucks in close proximity may, and according to Ukraine, did not know what was aboard their truck. Now, who knows if that's true? But the point being, that's what they're saying. But the trucks were then moved to within 4 miles of these bases, and then shortly thereafter, they simultaneously were launched from Ukraine. But yes, they got all their people out, and it also lets you know that lower tech things can outsmart upper tech things like defense systems at bases, which then raises what you started with this interview with: are we vulnerable here? And I think the answer is we could be.
That's what I was wondering, Brad, because you got to think there's a lot of land in the U.S. that's owned by other countries, including here in Wisconsin. How vulnerable is the U.S.? How would we even know?
Well, that's right. And the idea that you could drive a pickup truck down a dirt road, a mile from one of our highly important bases in the middle of nowhere in your state or someplace else, and launch an attack like this. The question is, could you successfully pull it off? I mean, it's worrisome. I think it's worrisome of the people who are in charge of security at these various bases and protected sites around the country. And so it's an added factor that we're going to have to spend more time looking at. We'll see. But it is something that I think has caught the eye of a lot of people. And I do think there's a belief there is some vulnerability for us in some of our locations that something like this might at least be attempted.
ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett live with us this morning from Washington. Thank you, Brad. Good to catch up.
You're welcome. Take care.
You know what comes to mind right now, E?
Foxconn?
Okay, well, so there's that, right? International ownership of land here in the U.S. and large swaths of that land. Brad's reporting is the Chinese own some 375,000 acres of farmland here in the country, somewhere in America, right? But you know what I just thought of when he was talking about that was the Oval Office blow up between President Zelensky of Ukraine and President Trump and Vice President Vance. And Zelensky was saying to Trump, well, something to the effect of, you're very comfortable because you have this protection, your oceans protect you. And him saying, like, that's not going to do it for you anymore. Remember, he was kind of intimating like, don't get too comfortable because you're surrounded by these oceans. You know, that may not be enough anymore. And Trump bounced back. No, don't tell us what we're comfortable doing.
Yeah.
I mean, he had to know at that point that they were planning exactly something like this.
Yep.
He had to know at that point that we found a way to get inside and around some of these things. Don't get too comfortable, as you always have been. The U.S. has been surrounded by the Atlantic and the Pacific, and on either side, allies, at least to some degree, but certainly not hostile neighbors.
And think, too, that there's been instances in recent memory. We had that silly weather balloon situation where that thing just kind of floated over the country. We had the issue with whether or not it was real or not, or perceived to be real. Even that struck fear in people. The whole drone issue there in New Jersey. Remember that for a long time?
Absolutely.
So, like, you have different opportunities or discussions or reactions to the idea of a mothership bringing in drones, or them even just being snuck in and just sitting on a property.
So, while on the one hand, you marvel at the coolness of how they were able to pull off this attack.
But it was pretty cool.
I hope we get on top of this, and that is a warning to us here in the U.S. 8:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, what do you see on the roads?
Well, we're still seeing some delays out there, although they are getting a little bit better. Northbound 43 slowing down from just before Fond du Lac Avenue past Burleigh. Southbound a little bit backed up from Good Hope Road down past Silver Spring, and then past Capitol Drive to Burleigh as well. On westbound 894, backing up from 27th Street all the way to about 68th. Westbound 94 slowing down from about 27th Street, well, make that 30th Street, all the way to Mitchell Boulevard, back on the brakes from the zoo all the way through the county line. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
This change has leveled us up while being able to maintain the same quality of service that we've always provided, with no upfront fees and 1.9% real estate commission. We're proud to be part of the Century 21 family, so you can move fearlessly with the added confidence of top-of-the-line marketing for maximum home exposure. And that means more eyeballs and the real potential for the highest price for your home. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated. First off, our 1.9% commission structure helps get their foot in the door, and that's why agents like working here. But what they really like is having the strongest marketing tools available, with the resources to help them sell homes at the highest prices to satisfy their clients. Century 21 Benefit Realty offers what agents like most, and that's to help them be successful. If you really want to believe in the business model that you're representing, give me a call. I'm Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty. Call me, and let's talk about your future. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Time to put up your holiday lights. What? It's Vitrano here for Landworks Wisconsin. It can be time right now. Landworks Wisconsin are experts in permanent holiday lighting for your home. So what they do is listen to your vision. What do you want it to look like? Map out what you want your home to be like in those special seasons, and then install now lighting that never has to come down. All you got to do is turn it on when you're ready. And you can even get adjustable colors for every season. So want to light the house up red for Valentine's Day? Great. You want it for the Christmas season? Great. No more stepping up on the ladder, freezing when you're stringing lights, putting them up and getting them down. One time, done forever. Get in touch with my team, Landworks Wisconsin now. Tell them Vinny sent you. It's landworkswisconsin.com.
We see you out there building a life you love, knowing that when inspiration strikes, nothing should get in your way. At Blaine's, we're here to help with everything you need to make it happen at prices that make it possible. Like 2.5 gallons of Gordon's Liquid Weed and Feed or Trimec Lawn Concentrates, $10 off, 15% off assorted DZ truck bed mats. Plus, we offer Blaine's best price promise, guaranteeing you'll find the lowest price with us or we'll match it. Blaine's Farm and Fleet, being original.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. You're going to love this. There's free pizza today at the Amazing Mind Chef restaurant in Hartford. Business owners, managers, coaches, listen up. Check this out. Every Thursday, when you buy one pizza, your second pizza's free. Buy 2 pizzas, get 2 free. Buy 5, get 5 free pizzas. You got a big hungry crew. Buy 20 pizzas, get 20 free. Bring in pizza today for your loyal employees and your clients. They'll appreciate you big time. Coaches, bring in your soccer, baseball, basketball, track, tennis team. It's free pizza at the Mind Chef restaurant. And your players are going to love that world-class game room, super affordable team bonding. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford. It's right off Highway 41 in Oshkosh. 2 locations, easy to get to. Lots of close parking, plenty of seating, and a reminder, the Friday all-you-can-eat fish fry is $7.99. What a crazy low price. So don't cook today. Order now and pick up your pizza shortly, or dine in and enjoy your free Thursday pizza. MindChefRestaurant.com. Big food, big fun. It's the Mind Chef. Hey, John Mercure here. I hope you will hang with us on Saturdays at 1 o'clock. It's Experience Wisconsin. You know what I love about Experience Wisconsin? There's still places after all the years that I've lived in the state that I don't know a lot about, or places that I would like to revisit. On Experience Wisconsin, we swing you around the state, introducing you to the people and places and things that you ought to check out, maybe put on your bucket list. This week, it is Hayward Lakes, and it is Road America. I love Road America. Even if you're not into all the cars, it's a great place to hang. Check out Experience Wisconsin on WTMJ.
Time to honor ourselves and recognize an everyday hero. So an everyday hero is when we here at Wisconsin's Morning News celebrate and identify an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning that they'd be saving a life. Tough one today. This one, we head to Decula, Georgia. So Manuel Pinzon is a 77-year-old grandfather. He's out in the backwoods of his house. Got a backwoods area in the backyard there in the acre that they have. He's out there with his sister and his 2 8-year-old twin granddaughters. He's got like 5 or 6 granddaughters, but in this particular story, he's out there with his 8-year-old twin granddaughters, Isa and Gabby. And they were exploring the forest. Now, Gabby says grandfather always did kind of stuff like this.
He'd do lots of stuff to make us happy. And whenever we were sad, he would hug us.
Yeah, so he's just a grandfather who dotes on his grandkids. So on this particular day, they're out there in the backwoods. They're exploring. The girls had said something about seeing a fawn in the area, so they're looking at that. And they hear snapping from above. So when you start hearing snapping, anyone who goes out and hunts or does hiking, they know, okay, it could be a tree branch coming down, right? In this case, it was. Big old tree branch falling through the branches, heading toward them. And the first thing that Manuel did, the first thing he thought to do was save the girls.
They got shoved out of the way. Then when they turned back, he had gotten them out of the way and taken the full hit of a falling branch, a falling limb.
Yeah, that's son-in-law Jason Krause there telling ABC News that branch hit the grandfather instead, and it wasn't good.
On his head. And he didn't make it.
He did not survive that branch coming down. They talked about what they had to do after that.
Gave his life, he sacrificed his life to save my 2 twins from a tree.
Yeah, it's almost hard to even fathom. So the girls call 911. One of the granddaughters actually was putting pressure on his wound to help him as well. Gabby there says she'll always remember her grandfather
as a hero and as the one that was the only person that saved me.
It's almost hard to even fathom. Imagine that, being 8 years old, you're looking at this stuff, all of a sudden you hear snaps, you hear a look out or whatever, and then you get pushed out of the way. Next thing you know, you get up off the ground and look, and your grandfather's there with the giant branch that had hit him. I'll give Krause the final word. This is son-in-law talking about what he thinks of what his father-in-law did for him.
For as sad as everybody is and for as much crying as everyone's done since yesterday, all I want to do is I want to toast him and I want to celebrate him because he was a hero. He was the greatest man I probably ever knew.
Well, here's to you, Manuel. Cheers for being an everyday hero and for being your granddaughter's guardian angel on that day. Cheers to Manuel.
Every day, superhero.
You know what else, too? We all think we'd react in the same way, right? But for him to know in
the
that
instinct,
moment, too, right? You'd always wonder what you would do. Congrats to him. 8:28 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hi, I'm Tony Drake from Drake & Associates. If you've saved in a 401k or IRA, you might think you're set for retirement. But here's something you need to know. every dollar you withdraw could be taxed. And with rising government debt, future tax hikes could take an even bigger bite out of your savings. Imagine reaching retirement only to realize the IRS is taking more of your money than you expected. It's one of the biggest risks that retirees face, spending their savings without a plan for taxes. And once you're retired, it's often too late to fix it. That's why I want to help you create a tax strategy now so you can keep more of your hard-earned money. At Drake & Associates, we focus on tax-efficient retirement planning, helping you lower your lifetime tax bill and maximize your retirement income. And right now, I'm offering you a free retirement toolkit, plus a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready, to show you how to keep more of your money working for you, not the IRS. Text TAX to 414-897-9522 to claim your free copies. Don't wait until tax rates rise. Start planning today. Text TAX to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping you keep more of what you've earned.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. According to Chinese media, President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping have spoken amid stalled trade negotiations between the two countries. The discussion, confirmed by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, says the president was the one who initiated the call. Meantime, after exploding to a record high of $138 billion in March, the nation's trade deficit plummeted significantly in April.
As President Trump ramped up threats of tariffs earlier this year, U.S. companies and consumers ramped up their purchases of foreign goods in March to beat anticipated price increases. But as tariff rhetoric softened in April, imports decreased, exports increased, and the U.S. trade deficit dropped to $61.6 billion.
ABC's Jim Ryan, the president banning travel for people from 12 countries into the U.S. and issuing a partial ban for 7 other countries. More Americans filing for unemployment claims. The Labor Department reporting a jump in filings to their highest level in 8 months. This is ABC News.
Well, looks like southbound 43 is still going to be a bit backed up from Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. Back on the brakes from Capitol Drive down past Burleigh. Northbound slowing down as well, north of the Marquette all the way up to Burleigh. Westbound 94 is just a little bit heavy from west of Highway 100 in towards Sunny Slope Road. The eastbound side's got some backups from about 76th Street through the Stadium interchange. They still have this accident up on the board at Mitchell Boulevard off on the right shoulder. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High 70 degrees at the lake, 75 inland with smoke and haze in the air today. Behind that, mostly sunny skies. Low down to 55 tonight. Milwaukee up to 61. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center this morning, testimony should get underway momentarily in the Maxwell Anderson trial once again today. Anderson accused of murdering and dismembering Shondae Robinson after a date in spring of last year. One piece of evidence missing is DNA that directly connects Anderson and Robinson. Attorney Julius Kim with Kim and Lavoie, he's been talking with us about this case. Wisconsin's Afternoon News talked with him, and he was saying how every inch of Anderson's home was searched.
I think that they're trying to show that they went through great efforts to swab every single speck of biological material that they can find in that house, and that they were, in fact, doing a good job investigating this case.
You can follow the trial today with our live blog online at WTMJ.com.
They were working together. They were making concessions, but it appears that any state budget talks will no longer be done together. Wednesday night, budget negotiations between Governor Tony Evers' office and the legislative Republican leadership collapsed. Both sides are saying Republicans will now draft the state budget with its own proposals, they say, arguing that the governor's priorities would cost too much. The deadline to pass the budget is the end of the month.
This morning, there are some new clues as the search continues for Travis Decker. Now, he's the Pewaukee native. He's accused of killing his 3 young daughters in Washington state. He's still missing. ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
His family says Decker is highly skilled in wilderness survival. Investigators also looking into his military background. He served in Afghanistan before joining the Washington Army National Guard. Court documents say Decker had mental health issues. Police say it appears the girls were suffocated. Autopsy results coming as soon as today could help investigators piece together a clearer timeline.
The 3 girls had distant relatives here in Wisconsin as well. Police in Washington say Decker is considered highly dangerous.
Popular Water Street Bar is temporarily closed after multiple large fights there. Brothers Bar and Grill has had its food and liquor license suspended now for about 3 weeks. During a common council meeting earlier this week at City Hall, Milwaukee Alderman Bob Bauman expressed anger at the owner's lack of understanding of the licensing process.
You meet with the police department and you run out a lot of hearsay, what they said to you, what they didn't say to you, and I got a very different message from the Milwaukee Police Department. Part of me wants to increase the suspension based on your apparent ignorance of how our licensing process works.
One fight at the bar led to an officer suffering injuries. Another involved as many as 20 patrons out in the middle of the street. The bar's suspension runs through June 22nd.
I mentioned the smoke and haze in the skies once again. That wildfire smoke coming from Canada will be remaining near the surface for at least a bit today. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore says smoke is mixing in with fog this morning. That can reduce visibility.
Visibility is also down from some of that smoke and haze. And unfortunately, it doesn't move that much as a high pressure sits just off to our north. That's going to kind of keep that smoke lingering across the area for today.
Air quality alert is set to run till noon, although could be extended depending on conditions. Your complete WTMJ 5-day forecast coming up just before the top of the hour.
News out of China overnight were that the president spoke with the U.S. President Trump, and that has reacted a little bit somewhat on Wall Street. The Dow actually a mixed bag at the moment. The Dow is down 1, the NASDAQ up 48, and the S&P is up 5 as they just get underway.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36.
Traffic sponsored by the Shower Remodel Experts at KohlerServicesWI.com.
Upgrade to a beautiful Kohler Luxstone shower in as little as a day or 2 with the Shower Remodel Experts at Kohler Services. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com today.
Coming up, it's rare, but it's happening tomorrow, a good old-fashioned boat toasting.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
This Friday, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. Don't miss it this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. for an instant insight after the jobs report is released. Brian and I will provide you with all you need to know. We'll share instant analysis on breaking financial and market news. Visit WTMJ.com and click the Instant Insight Register Now button or check out events at annexwealth.com. That's this Friday, June 6th at 9 a.m. with me, John Mercure, and Brian Jacobson. Register today.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a ball.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's Steve Scafidi. I've been on this weight loss journey since mid-January, and I'm currently in the maintenance phase, hitting my goal of losing, get this, 40 pounds. I reached my weight loss goal fast, easy, and safely, and I'm going to continue working with the wonderful team, Milwaukee Weight Loss.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation by calling 262-449-1180 or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
That's a winner right there.
Not sure how to feel about this. Never seen a press release quite like this before. Seen some that are close, but not quite like this. Remember Deep Thought? Remember the boat? The boat that was stranded on the lakefront for, since October? They finally pulled it out here earlier this spring.
I do remember. A lot of people have asked me about it, Ian. They've asked me specifically about our coverage of it. And the question they said, how did you guys decide to talk, And they sort of tapped into exactly what we tapped into, which was, I don't care at this point anymore. This is dragging on. However, there's a little new nugget every day, and there was that curiosity, right?
Yes.
People want to. I don't want to care, but I do.
It was the incompetence, though, that became the top story.
The ordeal of it all.
Okay, so 3 Milwaukee...
How is there more on the boat?
Yes.
It's gone. It's out. What?
3 Milwaukee County supervisors have sent out a news release, and this happens from time to time. They'll send out a note saying, hey, heads up, this is happening tomorrow, or this is going to happen later this week.
What a news release is.
Yep. So this one from these 3 supervisors, it says, these supervisors will raise a toast honoring all city towing crew members for their success in removing the SS Minnow, a.k.a. Deep Thought, from the Milwaukee County lakefront. The 3 supervisors are coming together to donate a keg of Miller High Life to the All City Towing crew. Upon learning that its champagne of beers was requested for the celebration, Molson Coors is also donating a case of Miller High Life and Miller High Life t-shirts to each member of the crew, which will be presented on Friday afternoon. What is happening here? The event will include brief remarks from each supervisor.
Oh, remarks. Good.
By the way, Sheldon Wasserman, not on this list. And that's his district, isn't it? He's the one that we talked to about this.
He's the one who really got this ball rolling.
Photo opportunities and interviews will be available immediately following the presentation. It marks the culmination of a weeks-long coordinated effort to remove the long-standing lakefront obstruction.
So you're good at this. You always look at, there's always a motivation behind every press release, every action,
strategy?
everything. What's really going on here? It very rarely is exactly as stated in black and white.
Now, I have to give you credit because I think you might be onto something. What do you think is happening here?
I think this is in lieu of payment, or at least payment in full.
So you're suggesting that the county, rather than pay them...
We said it was going to be $20 or $40 or whatever $1,000, and there's some money there, but we're coming up a little bit short on our end. How about we do this? We'll give you a bunch of pub. That's a thing we use in the industry. Sometimes guys aren't supposed to do it, but sort of horse trade for, I'll give you some pub if I get to do this for free or get a little something here, right?
Yeah.
I think that's these guys going, yeah, we'll give you some good pub. We'll get you, how about we come in, we do some beer, we do a photo op, we say All City Towing 307 times over and over.
It'll be on all the TV stations.
Those idiots on the radio, they'll talk about it again. They can't stop talking about the boat. You're going to hear All City, All City, All City. How about that? We call it in the business trade.
And we'll kick in some beer to boot.
And we'll just throw some beer in for good measure.
So here's an interesting little nugget. It's interesting that you say that because the next paragraph of said press release is this. All City Towing provides light, medium, and heavy-duty towing services across Milwaukee.
I'm right on this.
It's basically
an ad.
And if you act now,
call now.
Tell them that the supervisor sent you. You might buy one, get one.
Tell them Supervisor Schindlin sent you. Do All City Towing.
Wow. Okay.
Who are the supers on this?
The supervisors in this specific news release are Jack Ekblad, Sean Rowland, and Sky Caprilio.
Tell them Sky sent you to All City Towing. 10% off your next towing job.
Okay, well, so if that's the case, if we come to find out, this was just done in lieu of payment, how do you feel about that? You good with it?
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it, too.
It's going to save me a
Seems
buck.
a little low, don't you think?
Maybe
that's
kick
true.
in another keg, Deb. You're
that's
right.
a low bar. Can we get guys to mow the entire park system for a keg of beer? I think this is worth exploring.
Come on, Molson, help us out a little bit.
8:43 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Brewers 360 is up next. We'll talk to the general manager, Matt Arnold. What do you got on the roads?
We got a problem on 43 northbound at Kilbourne. We got the center lane blocked with a broken down vehicle. So that is going to be causing some problems. They may have moved it off to the left side. I'm not quite sure. It looks like a box truck. So just something to be careful with. It is going to be slow all the way up past Keefe. Southbound on 43 backing up from Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. And then again right from Keefe down towards Burleigh. We've got southbound 41 slowing from just south of Appleton Avenue down to Burleigh. Northbound slowing from just north of Watertown Plank Road up past Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Save big on everything for your next painting project when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's premier is an interior paint and primer in one that provides excellent all-around performance in an easy-to-clean, durable finish. Save big money on Pittsburgh's premier paint now at Menards. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Vince Vitrano here for Shopco Optical. You want to make sure they're right, and Shopco will always make it right. Shopco Optical offers this 30-day satisfaction guarantee, so it means if you're not completely satisfied with your new eyewear, Shopco offers a one-time exchange or a full refund within 30 days, so you know you will love your new glasses. And when you buy from Shopco Optical, you get free adjustments and minor repairs for the lifetime of your eyewear. So we're talking eye exams, lenses, frames and contacts. It's all in one place, and also, more importantly, for your eye care, a relationship with you that will have you looking great and seeing better into the future. Folks I know and trust for my eye care, call Shopco Optical or get started online at shopco.com to schedule an appointment.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Hey, pilots and aviation lovers, there's nothing quite like making a trip to EAA AirVenture Oshkosh. July 21st through the 27th, get up close to thousands of aircraft, including the cool military stuff. Learn about the newest innovation, get hands-on with experts, and witness breathtaking daily air shows. No better way to immerse yourself into the world of aviation than by getting to the world's greatest aviation celebration. I'll be there. Get all the details and your tickets now at EAA.org, July 21st through the 27th.
Brewers GM and Senior Vice President Matt Arnold.
You into Star Wars because it's Star Wars night? Like, are you or are your kids super excited about this?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I like. Star
Okay,
Wars.
so that's a no, right? If you start the question,
Well,
the answer of like, are you into Star Wars, and it starts with that's you could say no, man. That's cool.
This is Brewers 360.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. On the line, Brewers Senior Vice President and General Manager Matt Arnold. Morning, Matt.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Okay, first a ridiculous question, then we'll get to some... actually, we got a lot to talk about today. At any point of the Brewers front office was George Webb hamburgers mentioned?
I mean, we talk about that every day. I don't know. I mean, we don't have to wait for a winning streak, so we're always about George Webb here.
See, Erik hassled me for talking about it too early. My threshold is when we get past 6 wins in a row. That's when you start. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but that's when you start thinking about. Well, it sure would be nice getting in to be a little bit close.
No, I think we'll head over there even to break a losing streak. You know, you got to try something different. So no, I'm all about George Webb.
Fascinated with this pitching duo of DL Hall and Quinn Priester. It's not a bullpen game where oftentimes a team will consider a bullpen game where you don't have really a starter that day, but they're going to have a bunch of guys throw a couple of innings. And it's different than like that opener where you have someone just in for an inning. This idea of having DL Hall and Quinn Priester almost just acting as like a combination starter between the two of them, it's kind of cool how that's been working out.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it has been a lot of fun, and I think it benefits the team in a lot of ways. I think there are ways you can line up, different matchups because one's left-handed and one's right-handed, and so you can try to find the right spot to bring in the next guy if things work out great. And a lot of times they don't, but it is nice when things go the way we have it planned, hopefully. And so it also, the other benefit is, it allows us to cover the rest of the bullpen because our bullpen has been great this year and they're just taxed. I think they've just been working so hard and done a really, really good job. And so by giving the length to both of those guys, it really helps protect the other arms as well.
GM Matt Arnold with us this morning on Brewers 360. I guess it's my turn to ask you, Matt, again about Brandon Woodruff and just another crazy, hopefully a small thing, but just another barrier in this guy's journey back to the big leagues.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I feel so bad for him. I was texting him a little bit after it happened, and he's in good spirits. He's obviously worked so hard, and he wants to come back and help us. So I think it'll take a little bit more time here, but yeah, he was obviously throwing the ball really, really well on rehab, and just one of these unfortunate accidents. So sounds like he's okay. X-rays are negative, so he's going to be fine. It's just one of those that just pushes it back a little bit more. But he's been working so hard, and we're thrilled to have him back here at some point, hopefully very soon.
And quick follow on that, does that change your timeline? I can't remember how many days he had left on the IL or how that works.
He would have been back this week,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I know it changes the
Yeah,
timeline if we're getting him back here, but do you have to do more procedurally with how he's designated?
Yeah, we'll see how the evaluation goes and what the timetable is, because we're still evaluating him. But yeah, I think it has a chance to push it back maybe a little bit, but again, hopefully not too long, because there's no no broken bones or anything like that. So hopefully it's just a shorter time to ramp up and get him back here as soon as we hopefully possibly can.
Commissioner Rob Manfred had some interesting comments when he spoke this week during some owners' meetings. He talked about the automated balls and strike system maybe coming into play as soon as next year during games. And then he also brought up the Olympics, Matt, this idea of during the 2028 Summer Games, which are in Los Angeles, discussing the idea of potentially incorporating Major League ball players into the Summer Games. What do you think of that idea?
I mean, it would depend on how they do that with the season. I think they do this in the NHL in different ways,
Yeah.
right? And so, I mean, the first thing I'm always looking at is just what's best for the health of our players. I have to be Papa Bear in some respects, just to make sure we're looking out for our players and ourselves to some degree. But I do think it would be really neat if there was a way to have a representation from each team, and Major League players obviously make that much more exciting. Anytime you have professional players, I think that's really cool to be involved. So I'd probably need to see what the landscape looks like there as a whole. But yeah, I think it would be neat to have that, Major League teams be part of it for sure.
So laying out my scenario, we've sort of workshopped this already,
Yeah.
Matt. So,
Great.
Yes, great. So write some of these down. You got a pen and paper? Here we go. So
Yep.
the 28 games are like mid to late July this year, or
In 28.
in 28
Yeah.
rather. So could you possibly? And I understand why GMs hate having their players play for anybody else other than obviously their club. But if you were to do it, so you extend the All-Star break, make it at least a full week. I guess it would probably have
Maybe
to be
even
2
weeks,
right?
Yeah.
Or I guess my plan is okay, if your guys go and play for the Olympics, you got that All-Star break that's now a full week, and then that second week or whatever. Hey, if your guys are out, your guys are out. We go with who we got.
So the only reason why I know it's Thursday today is because I'm talking to you guys, and I can't really think too far ahead into 28. So, but no, I love the idea there, and I think we're trying to just win tonight if we can. That's our brand, that's our motto, and that's what we're focused on. But yeah, and I think anyway, again, we can get our guys involved, I think would be really cool.
Do you foresee, as far as the automated balls and strike system that was used during the spring training this year, do you foresee that coming likely next year, if not sooner than that?
Yeah, I do. I think there will probably be some kind of challenge mechanism there. I don't really love the fully, automated strike zone. I like to have the, some kind of blend there. I think would be nice. And you saw the other day, I think Taylor Walls with the Rays got ejected for tapping his helmet.
Yeah.
That's going to be a no-no. But I think if you're able to review these types of things, and just get the calls right. I think that's what we all want, and as long as it doesn't take a ton of time, because I've seen the way they do that in tennis, where they can quickly pull the strike zone up, like they do in other sports, and just I think it would be really neat. And so I think if there's a way to do it quickly and hopefully not fully automated, I think that would be a nice end game.
Some good ball clubs coming to town here, and the longest homestand of the season that kicks off tomorrow, Matt.
Let's go.
Yeah, really excited. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and the team's playing great right now. So it's, the guys have some mojo going, and should be a good battle. We always have our hands full with these guys like San Diego and Atlanta for sure. But those are talented teams, and they're fun to watch. So I hope everyone has a chance to come out and see us.
Vince is already talking hamburgers again, just to warn you.
Only 11 more, and here we go.
Let's go.
Brewers
I'm ready.
GM Matt
Let's
Arnold with
go.
us this morning. Thanks, Matt.
Appreciate you guys. Thank
Brewers
you.
and Padres 7:10 pitch when they get back to it tomorrow at American Family Field. All right, Debbie, how's the drive look? One more time here.
Still a bit backed up northbound on 43 coming out of the Marquette. There is a broken down vehicle at Kilbourne. Actually, it's at Highland, off on the left shoulder. And then it stays kind of heavy all the way up to Keefe. The southbound side is a bit backed up from Good Hope Road down past Silver Spring. Northbound 41 slowing just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up to Capitol Drive. Southbound slow from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol as well. And then eastbound 94, we got some backups from about 68th Street all the way through the Stadium Interchange. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Outdoor Living Unlimited. Outdoor Living Unlimited recently completed an amazing project. Imagine a backyard with a beautiful deck, automated pergola, and an outdoor kitchen with an amazing outdoor fireplace as its focal point, creating that $1 million feeling every time you relax. Looking for a company to make your backyard scream wow? Stop by our beautiful showroom in Waukesha or visit our website at outdoorlivingunlimited.com.
I know you have a great dog, right? But you know there's room for improvement. At Sit Means Sit Dog Training, we can help. Our attention-based training system uses modern technology to help you better communicate with your dog, even in high distraction. When you schedule a free consultation with us, you will have the opportunity to see our training in action and meet for yourself our happy dogs off leash and under control. Contact Sit Means Sit today at 262-361-3641 or find us on the web at sitmeansitwaukesha.com to schedule your free consultation so you can have a happy, confident, and obedient dog.
Brewers and Padres action is coming at you June 6th through the 8th. Catch an electric weekend of baseball as two of the game's youngest superstars square off. The first Friday game of June means Wisconsinites can grab half-off tickets to the Brewers series opener on the 6th, then score one of the top giveaways of the season, a Jackson Churio replica jersey presented by Chevrolet for the first 25,000 ticketed fans through the gates June 7th. Get seats at Brewers.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top-notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
The leader in the dugout, the skipper, the man who riles up the crew with his words of inspiration.
You mean my old ass? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, that's our guy. Brewers manager Pat Murphy joins Wisconsin's Morning News every Tuesday at 8:45 for Brewers 360.
We're a team that the other team's going to feel us. You know, you're not going to walk away from a series and not be felt. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Weather brought to you by Sweet Talks Med Spa. Self-love starts at Sweet Talks. Smoke and haze in the skies today, mostly sunny behind it with a high of 70 at the lake, 75 inland. Tonight's low down to 55. Looking at Friday, just a slight chance of showers. Should be mainly to the north of the city, otherwise partly cloudy, 73 degrees, your high temp on Friday.
The county broke some news this week announcing that the fireworks would return on July 3rd at the Milwaukee lakefront. However, it's not a fireworks show. They announced it'll be a drone show this year.
I think it's interesting. I guess my further question on it is this saving a bunch of money? Because one of the reasons that we didn't have the fireworks on July 3rd last year was they said, look, sponsorships dried out. We couldn't pay for it. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars to put on that show, not only the cost of the fireworks, but also all the county workers who then get the lakefront ready for that influx of people. So I think saving a bunch of money.
It'll be amazing. We saw this one coming a mile away. A couple of years ago, you and I both witnessed a drone show at a Badger halftime game at Camp Randall.
It's phenomenal.
And it was amazing. And you could see the writing on the wall right then that, like, this is here to stay. And by the way, can be super cool. We talked to Andy Ackman. He's the drone operations guy at Northern Lights Drone Shows. They're the one putting this on July 3rd. And he talked about how the process works, it's going to be quite the show.
We're actually doing 3 different waves of shows to give the county like a roughly 45-minute show.
Yeah, so you're talking about 45 minutes of nonstop celebration.
That's worth sitting around for 3.5 days for. No. That's my complaint with the whole thing.
For whatever
that'd
reason,
be worth coming down for and going through some hassle.
I'm not sure why that bothers you.
Really
why you
bugs me.
care that people spend the night at Veterans Park to see a fireworks show or a drone show in this case.
It's the blocking the stuff off and all the things.
Again, what are you going to be down there flying a kite? Why do you care?
Because then I can't find a spot when I'm going to go down there at a reasonable time, like 6, 7 o'clock.
All right. Well, let me know how it is.
You can't. Well, this I would actually consider doing because this is pretty cool. A 45-minute drone show. I know some people were hacked off about it.
Yeah, there's some people that are upset. The traditionalists. There'll be plenty of fireworks, but just remember there was no show last year, so I'll take a drone show over no show.
I believe you're on record as having said you never need to see fireworks again.
I'm a man in my 40s. I've seen fireworks a billion times. If I see just drone shows from now on, I'm good with that.
8:59 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Central Standard Craft Distillery is relocating its main operation to the historic Harley-Davidson campus in Milwaukee's near West Side neighborhood. The local distillery has purchased a 73,000 square foot space that it will use for production, tasting, distillery tours, and private events. The most expensive residence on the market in the Milwaukee area is an Oconomowoc Lake estate, listed for $14.5 million. It features an indoor pool, theater, and 580 degrees of private lake frontage. 2 eateries that have been part of 3rd Street Market Hall since it opened are leaving the downtown food hall. Dairyland and Midway Bakery's last day will be June 28th. I'm Addison Lathers from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
Spring is in the air, the perfect time to kickstart those home improvement dreams. Hi, Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. They're your local experts in stylish, energy-efficient upgrades. Boost your curb appeal and add real value with top brands like Pella, Anderson, Marmon, and more. All customized to fit your home and your style. Wood, vinyl, or fiberglass, they've got it all. And their newly remodeled New Berlin showroom is the place to start. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
We see you out there building a life you love, knowing that when inspiration strikes, nothing should get in your way. At Blaine's, we're here to help with everything you need to make it happen at prices that make it possible. Like your choice of AgriMaster calf milk replacers, $5 off. Save $70 on select 2-packs of DeWalt 20-volt tool batteries. And all remaining Laren automotive lift equipment in stock is half price. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Built Right Furniture, Leather, and Mattress.
You gotta get to Built Right today.
Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, June 5th, our top story. Back in action in Milwaukee Court.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Robbery impacts school bus service in Waukesha.
High of 75 degrees today, a bit cooler near Lake Michigan with smoke and haze in the air. Partly cloudy and a low down to 55 tonight. Milwaukee's at 62. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, testimony has resumed once again in the Maxwell Anderson trial. Going on this morning in Milwaukee, Anderson accused of murdering and dismembering the body of Sade Robinson after a date last spring. Prosecution focusing this morning on testimony from an ex-girlfriend of Anderson's. You can follow that trial live at WTMJ.com.
Challenges getting to school in Waukesha right now. This after this local bus company got robbed. WTMJ's Adam Roberts live in the WTMJ Breaking News Center with what we know.
Eric, right now we've learned roughly 20 catalytic converters stolen overnight from the First Student lot on Arcadian Avenue in Waukesha. The thefts discovered early this morning right before buses were set to get on the roads and start picking up kids. The school district saying they've informed parents routes are expected to be canceled or delayed today. They're working right now with families to arrange for alternate transportation. First Student has not responded to requests for comment.
The biennial state budget no longer being penned both by Governor Tony Evers and state Republicans. There was collaboration ongoing, but Wednesday night budget negotiations appear to have broken down between the governor and those GOP legislators. The state Republicans are now planning to draft a state budget wholly on their own proposals, arguing the governor's priorities spend too much money for the state. Deadline to pass the budget June 30th.
President Trump is instituting new travel restrictions that ban citizens from 12 countries from entering the U.S., and he cites last weekend's terror attack in Colorado.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them.
The suspect in that Colorado attack is from Egypt. Egypt is not on the list of banned countries announced by the White House. The rules go into effect just after midnight Monday.
Authorities in Washington state are still searching for a Pewaukee native, Travis Decker, who's accused of killing his 3 young daughters near a campground earlier this week. Decker's been on the run since. The sheriff in those parts, Mike Morrison, says they're searching a wide area.
We're optimistic that with our air units up in the sky, looking over the terrain, is definitely diverse when you're talking about the amount of acreage that we're covering, that we're doing the best we can.
Autopsy results on the girls expected as early as today.
Quality of the air is going to be a bit down today because of the wildfire smoke in Canada. Storm Team 4 meteorologist Tyler Moore says a high-pressure system is going to keep that smoke a bit lower.
We have light winds with a high pressure, but also you get sinking motion with a high pressure. That's why we normally see sunny days like today, but that pushes air down. That keeps the smoke trapped at the surface, so that's why our air quality has been pretty low since yesterday.
Air quality alert runs until noon today, but that could be pushed further into the afternoon.
News Bunch of Money, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. A little more than a half hour off the opening bell. Dow Jones Industrial Average is down more than 100 points to 42,327. S&P 500 at 5961. That's off almost 10 points. And the NASDAQ down about 15 to 19,445. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:06.
We've saved our clients over $19 million in real estate commission. I say this because that's a pretty big number. But at Century 21 Benefit Realty, it's really not about being a top volume agency. Over here, it's more about you. And at 1.9% commission and no more than $19,000 commission, for the listing side of your sale, no matter what size property you're selling, you will save substantially. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated. First off, our 1.9% commission structure helps get their foot in the door, and that's why agents like working here. But what they really like is having the strongest marketing tools available, with the resources to help them sell homes at the highest prices to satisfy their clients. Century 21 Benefit Realty offers what agents like most, and that's to help them be successful. If you really want to believe in the business model that you're representing, give me a call. I'm Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty. Call me, and let's talk about your future. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin, the best in the area. They're going to take care of you big time. You want to play pickleball. You want to golf. You want to play with your grandkids in the front yard and do it with no pain. Go to the place that has the highest patient satisfaction ratings and the top doctors in the area. It's Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. I've met the docs. I've walked through the hospital. It's absolutely incredible. They're going to take great care of you from beginning to end. Go to OHOW.com, hit the request an appointment button. OHOW.com, request an appointment.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Brewers off today. Series against the Padres kicks off Friday at American Family Field. Packers OTAs, one more of those today in Green Bay. Minicamp next week. And Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight in Oklahoma City. The Thunder facing the Eastern Conference champs and the team that knocked the Bucks out once again, Indiana.
WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Your typical road construction delays on 4145 in both directions north of the zoo. 894 is looking good at the moment between the Mitchell and the Hale. I had some issues on some of the on and off ramps there because of disabled vehicles, but it shouldn't really cause any issues. And 43 northbound again, typical slowdowns in that area because of the construction. This is north of the Marquette.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Smoke and haze behind mostly sunny skies today, or I should say in front of mostly sunny skies. High 70 at the lake, 75 inland. Tonight's low down to 55. Just a slight chance of showers mainly north of the city on Friday. 68 lakeside, 73 inland. Saturday partly to mostly cloudy with a high of 72 degrees. A little bit cooler near the lake. Sunday's high 73 with scattered showers and storms likely. And Monday mostly cloudy with a chance of rain, high 69. Right now, Milwaukee at 61.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
Ten minutes after 9 o'clock, still 50 minutes to go on Wisconsin's Morning News. We got a lot going. We're covering a lot of ground today. So we told you at the top of the hour news here that state budget negotiations between the legislative GOP leadership and the Democratic governors appear to have broken down. Here's how we found out about that. At 5:36 p.m., I got one news release, and at 5:42 p.m., I got another. So the first news release came from the Senate Majority Leader, Devin LeMahieu, and he wrote, since April, we've engaged in good faith negotiations with Governor Evers and his staff to establish the outline of a bipartisan state budget. Unfortunately, those talks have reached an impasse. He goes on to discuss why. At 5:42 p.m., we got a news release from the governor's office. Unfortunately, Republicans couldn't agree to support the top priorities in my half of the deal, which included meaningful investments for, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He goes on to talk about what he's bent out of shape about. So 6 minutes apart, we had both sides suggesting their narrative in this alleged collapse.
It's the other side's fault.
Yes. And there's a third person in that triumvirate. We haven't heard yet from Assembly Speaker Robin Vos, and we will now. He joins us live on Wisconsin's Morning News. Mr. Speaker, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
Doing well. Really appreciate you joining us here, and we're just kind of learning about this and putting it together from what we've learned overnight. So whose fault is it?
Well, obviously, we all have our own perspective. I want to first start by saying I do appreciate the fact that Governor Evers' staff, we spent most of the time with the staff, Governor Evers' staff was willing to sit down, talk about their priorities, listen to ours, and try to see if we could come to some middle ground. I think that if you look from our perspective, we wanted it to be $1 of spending for $1 of tax cuts. And what we ended up with was closer to 3-to-1, $3 in spending for every $1 in tax cuts. And I think that at the end, that was just as far as we were willing to go. So I think we showed serious movement. We were willing to make investments in programs that we have serious questions about whether or not reforms need to happen. We offered reforms as an example to the UW system. One of the things that the governor just couldn't get there on is asking every professor to teach at least 12 hours a week in the classroom. We thought that would be a reasonable investment to be able to return that, to make sure students getting access to the UW system and get out of college quicker. They wanted money kind of with very few strings. So I think that's part of the challenge that we had, that we were willing to make investments in areas that the governor said were important. In the end, it just kept being a game where, well, I need more, I need more, I need more. And we didn't want a deficit spend at anywhere near the level that Governor Evers wanted to. So basically, we wanted to have a balanced budget, which we will now that we're going to go back to our own process. We wanted to have tax reductions that were meaningful, and we wanted to have spending increases that were reasonable. I think if you look at the data, our reasonable spending increases would have given larger increases than we have in the past in exchange for a guarantee to get tax cuts. But in the end, Governor Evers said, I have to have more or we're not going to get a deal. And that's why we ended up saying we got to get this done on time.
But he is the governor, and he's been elected to, rule the policy that he would like to put into place. Compromise is that word. It sounds like you're suggesting, Assembly Speaker, that you guys were giving some compromise. You don't feel that he was given enough.
Oh, no, we were giving a ton of compromise. I mean, when you actually look at the data, as an example, we were willing to offer the largest increase in UW spending in almost 15 years, right, in exchange for some very basic reforms. They got there in a couple other reforms. They really couldn't get there on the others, and they wanted double the amount we were willing to offer, right? So we just got to the point where we couldn't accept these massive spending increases that, don't forget, in Governor Evers' original budget, he had $4 billion in tax increases and ended with a $4 billion deficit. Well, we don't really want to have a deficit, number one. And number two, we don't have any tax increases. So we have to be very judicious in how we spend the money. To Governor Evers running up deficits, because he's already shown in his budget, not that big of a deal. We have never done that. So I think we want to make sure that, first of all, our budget was balanced. And when on one side of the ledger, the only thing that is being asked for is more and more spending, which is forever, right? Because once you spend on a program, it is very hard to cut it. We are very careful to make sure that when we give increases, they are affordable and that they also are somehow tied with either making the program stronger or making it reformed if we think it's got challenges. So I think that's where our priorities were from the very beginning. We moved a lot because a lot of these programs, an example for the UW system again, a lot of our members look at what's happening at the system and worry that we're in a time of declining enrollment where fewer kids are going to college because they have more opportunities to go to tech school or go right into a career. Well, we were willing to make those investments in exchange for something, like I say, that's already being done at a place like Ohio State, where they require every professor to actually be in the classroom 12 hours a week. But that was a heavy lift for the governor because that's, I guess, his constituency doesn't work 12 hours a week. I don't get it. So I feel like when you look at where we were, super reasonable, spent literally months until 10:30 talking about this and then ultimately trying to negotiate. But on the governor's side, it was every meeting we had, we need to spend more. We need to have more long-term commitments. We need to have a higher budget deficit, and we just didn't think that was reasonable.
Let me ask you about K through 12 spending, and we're speaking with Assembly Speaker Robin Voss. He's with us live on Wisconsin's Morning News. It seems like everybody agrees, Mr. Speaker, that we've reached a point with these referendums on school spending that everyone's frustrated with. I believe it was reported that every county in our state has at least one school district that's gone to the taxpayers in the last year or so and said, we need more money, we need more money, we need more money. There's an indication that the spending or the system of funding education is broken. If not, just throwing some more money at it, as the governor has suggested. What is the solution to ending this revolving door of referendums?
Well, first of all, I don't think the referendum are a bug in the system. I think they're a part of the system. I want to give the opportunity for citizens to say, I want to spend more on my school. And we go to the voters to ask for it. 75% of the time it passes because the school district makes a good case. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's actually a benefit of the way that we've structured our school districts. I will say we're in a time where the number of kids who are first and second graders is significantly smaller than the number of kids who are in high school. An example that we heard in a testimony yesterday is that right now, and don't quote me on the exact numbers, but there are about 61,000 kids who are seniors in high school, but there's only about 51 or 52,000 kids who are in first grade. So we know that 10 years from now, we're going to have a problem where we have even less kids in school, which we're going to have to figure out as a society, right? So we need to look at least to say, do we need the same number of school districts that we have right now? I think that's a question that we should ask. Do we need to figure out a way to be more efficient in how we operate, as opposed to saying, well, we've always done it this way. Let's go to the taxpayers and keep doing it the exact way we've done it, even though we have less kids in school, and we know 10 years from now there's going to be even less than today. So I think that the answer isn't just to keep dumping more money into the exact same system, thinking that we're going to have less kids but the same, spending, and find a way to make ourselves focus on results and focus on making sure that the kids get what they need, but it's something that the taxpayers can afford.
Now, I'd like your thoughts on another frustration that folks have with the referendums, Mr. Speaker, is that, look, when you look at it, if you're for the referendum, you're for the increased spending in your community, you can go back again and again and again and again until you win. If you don't want it, you got to win every single time. And it seems like the deck is stacked definitely in favor of the school districts or the folks who want to spend more.
That's a really good point. And that's part of the challenge that we have, that, if the school districts aren't willing to make reform, that's where we need people to run for the local school board, find ways to say we need to share services. It's crazy that we have little small districts that have the same overhead, literally miles away from each other. There's got to be ways for us to be smarter. And again, I don't want to have a top-down approach from the state. I feel like it should be, as much as we can, a bottom-up approach where every single school district looks and says, how are we going to get the best results? But remember, this declining population is something that we're seeing across the country, but in Wisconsin, it's especially pronounced. I went to Burlington High School, and when we graduated, we had about 350 kids in our class. The class that's just graduating this year is 250 kids. Same school district, same school, same number of buildings in a lot of ways. So we have to do something different as we are seeing this declining enrollment. So the answer isn't to just keep going and asking the taxpayers for more, which is why one of the things that we had hoped to do was to be able to find ways to provide property tax relief. We had a proposal that Governor Evers outright rejected that would have taken some of the costs that are currently borne by the property tax and had the state of Wisconsin adopt those as a way to provide that tax relief. Don't forget, he's already vetoed in the 400-year guarantee of property tax increases in every single district across the state. So again, on the Republican side, we tried to be responsible with our spending. We tried to say, let's focus on tax relief that's going to hit retirees and people who are in the middle class. Governor Evers was entirely focused on trying to make sure that we spent more on government programs. We were willing to do that, but a 3-to-1 ratio. So we offered $3 in spending for every $1 in tax cuts, and Governor Evers said that was not enough. Well, if you're a Republican, I think that's probably further than we should go, but we were trying to find that middle ground. And for Governor Evers, I guess it just wasn't enough.
You mentioned veto proof. Obviously, the governor in the state of Wisconsin has a powerful line item veto pen when it comes to the state budget. Is it true? Are you guys using ChatGPT to try to find wordage that would avoid some of the line item vetoing?
We are not at that point yet. We certainly could look at using ChatGPT. We haven't done that yet. But we have super smart people every single cycle who go through and try to put as much into the actual wording of our bills to minimize the ability for Governor Evers to cause mischief. So yes, we will do that again, because again, the idea of having a line item veto is supposed to be to cut out the spending. It's not supposed to be to allow for a 400-year property tax increase like Governor Evers did. And of course, his rubber stamp Supreme Court said it was constitutional. So we have to be extra careful in how we craft this to make sure we protect the taxpayers and don't let him, spend us into oblivion.
Assembly Speaker Robin Vos live with us on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Did you get it done before June 30th?
Yeah, that was my final one.
I am super optimistic. I mean, we have been talking about this for a while. So, yes, we've been negotiating in good faith with the governor. And I do want to give, him the credit for saying, yes, they did negotiate in good faith. And in the end, you just can't find a compromise when, we don't want to spend more than they do. And that's just a difference in our philosophy. But we have been working on the budget, in tandem. So we're doing both. We were negotiating and also working on the budget. So the Finance Committee meets again today. It'll meet in the next couple of weeks. And I am super optimistic that, like always, we'll get it done by July 4th.
Assembly Speaker Robin Vos live with us this morning. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
922 Wisconsin's Morning News.
From the biggest stars to the greatest moments, Behind the Bucks is Bucks history like you've never heard it before. Go behind the scenes of the Emmy-nominated Giannis documentary. Get the real story of the blockbuster trade for Damian Lillard. Hear the origin of Bucks in 6. It's all on Behind the Bucks on the Bucks Plus audio network, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and wherever you get podcasts.
We thought we couldn't afford hardwood. Vince Vitrano here for Hunt's Flooring, and we're working with this local family-run business, and I love it. Personal attention you will get from this team can save you money. So my wife and I went to the showroom, Highway 100, thinking vinyl, right? But Phil took us around the warehouse, and because Hunt's has a huge warehouse, they'll snatch up deals when they're available on all kinds of product, including vinyl, carpet, hardwood. Our choice for hardwood turned out even less expensive than many LVP products, and it's going to be a beautiful wood floor in our home. And it's all because the folks at Hunt's Flooring listened to us and created a solution that fit our dreams and our budget. Tell them Vinny sent you to huntsflooring.com.
I guess one of the biggest sacrifices that I think we made starting Penny Mustard was personal time.
Ben and Arvid Huth, brothers and owners of Penny Mustard Furnishings.
Yeah, we just lived, ate, and breathed work all the time for years.
Yep.
And moving from a town where I knew a lot of people, I was going to school in Eau Claire and kind of living the college life, to moving to Milwaukee and work all the time where I knew nobody. We didn't know anybody down here.
Yep.
And it took us a long time before we knew a lot of people down here.
Well, we were working so much.
And we're working a lot.
Yeah.
And that's hard, especially when you're in your younger 20s.
Yeah.
That's when you're supposed to be partying.
I do remember, I think I was 31 before I actually stayed out till midnight on New Year's Eve.
Holy cow.
Because New Year's Day is a big day, and you were on the sales floor, and you can't stay out till midnight and do what you got to do the next day. That was like a milestone in my life where I actually stayed out till midnight because I didn't have to be at a store the next day. I was 31 years old already.
That's impressive. And embarrassing.
Well, probably.
See more at pennymustard.com.
.24 on Wisconsin's Morning News. If you're able to, fire up the old live stream because we have a visual component to this next story. So you can text WATCH to 855-616-1620, WTMJ Talk and Text line, or you just fire us up on YouTube or a mobile app or a website and watch the radio.
Before, if you are interested in catching what we spoke to Gary Sinise about on Wednesday, you can find that on the old website too. Skylight Music Theater had a pretty cool story that you broke, or at least you were one of the first ones to get that one on the old radio.
I knew this was coming. I couldn't say anything
until
that his group was ready to release it and announce it.
So actor Gary Sinise, you may remember him as Lieutenant Dan on Forrest Gump. He's got a band called Lieutenant Dan, the Lieutenant Dan Band, basically, and they are going to play. He was estimating their 600th show this summer for like the troops. They go around the world and they'll play for the troops, or they'll play at hospitals to raise spirits. And they've been doing this for a long time now, and it's pretty remarkable. 600 shows, and he says it just feels that it's their way of giving back. And they've also done this for other groups too, including the Skylight Music Theater here in Milwaukee. They're going to have a host benefit show for the Skylight Music Theater. And he was on the program with us yesterday, and I appreciated what you said to him. You said something to him about leaning into the Lieutenant Dan thing instead of being afraid of it, because some actors don't like being represented in one role.
You've met or interviewed those people before.
Yes.
The character who made them famous,
and then they hate
shy
talking
away
about
from
it.
it.
Right.
Well, I do other work. Do you want to talk about my theater work at this, or that's the same as the artist plays. Here's something off my new album.
Yeah, right. And I loved his reaction to this when you said that.
You have fully leaned into Lieutenant Dan, and you're doing good work with it.
Well, there was kind of no getting around it.
Anyway, great conversation. If you text Dan to 855-616-1620, we'll send you a link to the conversation. And there's still tickets available. You checked this morning for that benefit concert.
They start as low as $40.
So
it's going to be at Meyer Festival Park.
And it's a tight show. That's a snug show, which is good, because when it's a smaller group, that means that those are the bands you want to hear when it's like 1,700 people.
Oh, and as for the band, they rock. They play really good music.
So text
Sinise
Dan,
plays guitar.
And you got a shot at some tickets there for the Skylight Music Theater benefit concert.
While we're on theater, got a really neat opportunity, Eric. We've talked about Milwaukee Repertory Theater. In the midst of its nearly $80 million transformation. That is going on right now. It will become the Associated Bank Theater Center. So same buildings and stuff, but they're gutting the place. Floor to ceiling. Multiple floors to ceiling. They're rebuilding the powerhouse and the studio theaters there. On time, on budget. That's the update I got as I got to go inside that construction zone on a tour this week with the folks from the Rep and the general contractor on the project, Hunsinger Construction.
Here at Milwaukee Rep, thank you for joining us today on this tour. As we've talked about this building, we'll be able to change the stage from a proscenium setup to a thrust setup.
Hi, I'm John Hunzinger. I'm the CEO and chairman of Hunzinger Construction Company.
Remind me again, was it a Wisconsin Electric building? Or
Yes, it was. Hence the name Powerhouse for the theater. It was a long-time coal-burning power steam generation facility.
John, I heard a lot today about found space. What an extraordinary thing you've done uncovering some of these old architectural relics.
That's very true. The building is reinventing itself, and we're finding some more, what you're referring to as some more floor area that we've been able to steal from the building by taking advantage of some of the heights and some of the open spaces.
But some of the beautiful construction as well, the exposed brick, the exterior that's now interior.
Yes, it's a Cream City brick, and was the namesake for our city.
I have to think there are different challenges when you're trying to save all that and work in an existing space as opposed to doing new construction.
Indeed, there is. There was a lot of selective demolition that had to occur, and there were places where we had to take it apart more carefully than normal so that we could retrieve and recycle some of these brick units that we're talking about.
We pop up, so there'll be little soffits that kind of come up, and we'll have some lighting that's inside of those.
Melissa Vartanian is managing director at Milwaukee Repertory Theater, and today our tour guide. Can you go through a little bit, not just in the patron comfort experience and all of the amenities and things, but the changes that will allow your artistic team to create different kinds of art here?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that we talked about today when we were on the tour is that a lot of the equipment that we had was, honestly was equipment that out-aged the people that were running it. So this will be modernizing ourselves, making ourselves a little bit more current.
I recall Mark Clements saying something to the effect of, this will rival any theater on Broadway or anywhere else in the country.
Yeah, that's how we feel about it.
In terms of your capabilities, right?
Absolutely. It was all exterior before. But now that historic brick has been cleaned, and it's something that you can literally touch.
When we go on these tours, John, it must fill your heart to watch people's reaction and to finally take people into the space and show them your process.
That's very true. Our business, the construction business, is so unique. We get to be involved in so many different types of businesses. This is man's mark of his time here. It comes in the form of buildings, edifices. And we have the good fortune to be involved in that and really make dreams come true and build the future together with our clients.
On time, on budget, as I said, and here's the timeline. The opening concert in the new space is October 11th. That's going to be Bernadette Peters. So it's a one-night thing. They're going to get everything ready to go, right, and launch that new space. The first big show will be Grand Musical, Come From Away, in November. Now, the studio theater is going to be a little bit, I don't want to say behind because it sounds like it's not on schedule. That was always the plan. They would open, the primary theater space, what's been the Powerhouse Theater, first, and then they're going to be finishing up work. So early in 2026, the studio theater will reopen at Milwaukee Rep. 9:32 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The cars have changed since 1955, but the tradition rolls on at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. It's the 70th annual WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, June 6th to the 8th. Everything from showroom stock to purpose-built race cars. If it's got four wheels, it's running at the June Sprints. It's an extra special 70th year for the summer tradition. Back at America's National Park of Speed, June 6th to the 8th. June Sprints at Road America. Details, tickets, and camping at roadamerica.com.
Hi, I'm Tony Drake from Drake & Associates. One of the biggest questions retirees face is, when should I take Social Security? Should you claim it earlier for a smaller check or wait for a bigger payout? The wrong move could cost you thousands over the course of your retirement. And here's something most people don't realize. Social Security is only one piece of your income puzzle. If you don't coordinate it with your other retirement assets, you could pay more in taxes or even reduce your benefits without meaning to. At Drake & Associates, we help hardworking Americans like you make sense of their Social Security options so you can keep more of what you've earned. This isn't just about picking an age. It's about having a strategy so your retirement income lasts. That's why I want to send you a free retirement toolkit along with a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready. Inside, you'll find easy to understand strategies to help you maximize Social Security, lower taxes, and build a reliable income plan. Text SS to 414-897-9522 to claim your free copies while supplies last. If you're unsure about your Social Security options, don't wait. This is your chance to get clarity and confidence about your retirement income. Text SS to 414-897-9522. Secure your future today. Text SS to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping you retire with confidence.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Hey, WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You are the cream to fill my cream box. I hope they like each other.
Boat race. The sun and the moon and the earth have become one, and so have we.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
9:34, I'm Vince Vitrano. Some headlines from Wisconsin's Morning News for Thursday, June 5th. Secret beach discussed in a Milwaukee murder trial.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Robbery delays the school bus.
Storm team forecast, high of 75 degrees today. A little bit cooler if you're by the lake. Smoke and haze as well with that wildfire smoke coming in from Canada. Partly cloudy skies and a low down to 55 tonight. Right now it's 62 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, testimony has resumed once again in the Maxwell Anderson trial. Going on this morning in Milwaukee, Anderson accused of murdering and dismembering the body of Sade Robinson last spring. Now, the prosecution focusing this morning on testimony from an ex-girlfriend of Anderson's. The ex sharing that Anderson told her about a, quote, secret beach that he knew of where they could hang out, later identified as Warnemont Park in Cudahy, where Robinson's severed leg was first discovered. You can follow the trial live with us at WTMJ.com.
Trouble getting to school in Waukesha this morning after the local school bus company got robbed. About 20 catalytic converters were stolen from the first student school buses on Arcadian Avenue in Waukesha overnight. The thefts were discovered early this morning, right before those buses were supposed to get on the roads. School District of Waukesha informed parents that routes were expected to be canceled or delayed today.
Biennial state budget will no longer be penned cooperatively between the governor and state Republicans who control the legislature. Wednesday night, budget negotiations between Governor Tony Evers' office and legislative Republicans collapsed. State Republicans saying the governor wanted too much spending they were willing to give, but not all the way. The governor criticizing Republicans for not compromising. Deadline to pass the budget, June 30th.
President Trump is again banning people from countries his administration deems dangerous from coming to America. Travel ban issued Wednesday. It'll go into effect Monday. It's a repeat of an order of his first administration that led to widespread confusion at the airports and the courts. This version includes Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of Congo, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We're about an hour past the opening bell on Wall Street, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down about 112 points at 42,316. S&P 500 at 59.58. That's down 13 points. NASDAQ is down 16 to 19,445. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Heads up, got a car fire and crews on the scene. This is 94 southbound near Drexel, so south of the Mitchell. So you're blocked on the right-hand side of things. You'll see a lot of crews there. Fire trucks are there. A couple of squads are there as they're dealing with that. It looks like everything is out, but they still have the issue. So traffic crawling on the left-hand side of things. You'll get through it. Got a couple of lanes open there, but it is very slow heading south right now. 94 and Drexel.
Air quality alert is in effect until noon today for all of southeast Wisconsin due to the wildfire smoke. Behind that, mostly sunny skies with a high of 70 at the lake, 75 inland. Partly cloudy, low down to 55 tonight. Partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers mainly north of the city on Friday. Friday's high 73. Partly to mostly cloudy on Saturday with a high of 72. Both days cooler near the lake. For Sunday, partly cloudy with scattered showers and storms likely and a high 73. Monday's high 69 under mostly cloudy skies with a chance of rain. Right now at 61 in Milwaukee.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 9:38. Coming up, why all those gamers are lined up outside the mall.
It's here on consignment from over 10,000 nationwide partners. From very high-end, distinctive furniture, unique antiques and original art, to tasteful home decor that can fit almost any budget. Premium home decor priced right at 25 to 40% off retail prices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Smart interior designers know that what they'll see here is going to be almost impossible to find anywhere else, especially at our consignment prices. Premium home decor that's gently loved and close to new. And what we carry can raise the wow factor of anyone's home decor. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here for Shopco Optical. Get eyewear for everything you do at Shopco Optical. Schedule your annual comprehensive eye exam, check out new frame styles, and order your annual supply of contact lenses all in one place. Enjoy the time and attention your eyes deserve at Shopco Optical. Receive quality eye care and a personalized vision solution tailored to your specific vision and lifestyle needs. Call Shopco Optical or visit shopco.com to schedule an appointment at a location nearest you.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
20 minutes before 10 o'clock, Wisconsin's morning news. You're lining up to be the first to get it this morning.
Happening today.
The Nintendo Switch 2 gaming console dropping this morning. Concerns about shortages driving people to the mall and other stores to wait in line or snap up vouchers online.
I brought my my chair, my blanket. I bought some portable chargers. I also bought some snacks and water that I'm sharing across with everybody else.
They're out there in their Mario and Luigi hats. They had a decent-sized line outside Mayfair Mall this morning. TMJ4 had a live picture from out there earlier today. That particular guy there was at a store in Pensacola, Florida. Okay. Not everyone, is impressed with the company's latest offering.
It's an overpriced piece of garbage, mostly.
Okay, that's Wisconsin's morning news tech correspondent, Max Vitrano.
Okay,
so he's
Why
a no?
is it a piece of garbage? It is like barely more powerful than the Switch 1, which released in 2017 and was underpowered for that time. So Nintendo wants us to pay $449 for a console that will only really be able to play their games.
So, let me tell you, Max loves Nintendo. He's like a
guy?
Nintendo devotee.
Sure doesn't sound like
right.
it.
So what's interesting is he says that complaints about the price point. So that's been a thing. Nintendo consoles historically have been at a lower cost point than the Xbox or the Sony PlayStation. So now they're Nintendo creeping into that territory. And what the boy is saying here is like, yes, but then what's the payoff? Like this still isn't powerful as those systems. He's worried about the lack of games, also worried about the new controllers. Nintendo battled with complaints in the last version of the Switch with the controller losing responsiveness.
Okay.
The gamers call it drift.
The new Joy-Cons, they look really nice, and they probably play pretty good, at least right now, but they're attached on magnetically, so the magnets are going to die in a couple of years, and then they're not going to attach to the console good anymore.
So he also says, not enough new games. There's a new Mario Kart, I guess, that's out that people are excited about.
That's
right?
the hot go-get right now.
Yeah, and I told him, like, what else? And he's like, I don't see any other, like, big games, and you can't play. Nintendo doesn't play nice with third-party game creators.
Okay.
So you don't have all of that. So, there's not that much there in tech expert Max Vitrano's opinion. That said...
You still a huge Nintendo fan, though?
Yeah, I still want one.
Of course.
I still want one. So there you have it. Nintendo Switch 2 drops today.
Hi, I'm Jim Token, representing the auto dealers of Metro Milwaukee. Did you know that Adam member dealers employ more than 6,500 people? Plus, Adam recently completed their 15th annual Feeding America Change Your Oil campaign. To date, Adam has donated over $953,000, which provided over 3.8 million meals. Start your next car search by finding an Adam member dealer at adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
Since I got a new garage door myself, I notice everybody's garage door. Vince Vitrano for Lifetime Door Company. And one thing I see is the windows. Some doors, no windows at all. I don't blame you for not thinking about it before, but let me tell you, Lifetime Door Company has so many options that make a big difference in how your door looks and how your garage feels when you're in it. On our door, we went with a frosted glass so that lets so much light into the garage, but also prevents people from peeking inside. Plus, it looks amazing. Lifetime Door Team can help you choose the right windows for your new beautiful garage door. If you love your door, you just need it serviced, make sure to tell them Vinny sent you when you call, and they'll take great care of you. Lifetime Door Company in Brookfield. Get started at lifetimedoor.net.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Max. What makes senior living at Three Pillars so special? Let's hear from my friend Marilyn.
The staff is fabulous. They feel as much like friends as the people that live there. We go to lunch at the cafe, book talk at 1, team trivia at 2, bags at 3, and then it's dinner time. That's a typical Tuesday. Three Pillars, in one word, happiness. It's a gorgeous campus.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
9:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News. How did it get to Thursday already? No,
Are you complaining?
No complaints. So just like, hey.
We're closer to the weekend, Vince Vitrano.
Yes.
Come on now.
Appreciate it.
When it's Thursday around this time, we like to bring in a special somebody, WTMJ's What's on Tap host, Sandy Max, to describe what is in store for the weekend.
Holy, it is summertime, fellas. Festivals, 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 festivals. You know, we talk about Milwaukee being the city of festivals, and you automatically think of the ethnic festivals. Sure. Oh, and just doing even a little bit of research for What's on Tap last night, there are too many festivals to even mention on a 3-hour show I had last night. So I found even more this morning when I was coming to visit you.
Well,
a dozen. There's at least a dozen this weekend.
When you have a 4-week festival season, no, it's longer than that. But right, we got to squeeze a lot in.
Oh my gosh! And of course, automatically you have to mention Pride Fest,
the big one.
Yeah, as we kick off that whole Henry Meyer Festival Park grounds Pride Fest, and it starts today at 4:00. Get your party on through Saturday, and then the parade is on Sunday. But also Pride Fest in Wausau on Saturday. They have a Pride celebration there as well. But, you know, what are we known for around Milwaukee? Motorcycles. Brewtown Rumble, which I know Davidson Park has been in the spotlight lately, but that is going to be used on Juneau Avenue this weekend, right there at 37th and Juneau, for a vintage motorcycle show. And a whole
that's
street.
cool. That'll
draw
people.
I feel like this was down by the Cooperage last year, at like Boone and Crockett, because I walked through there. It is cool to see these antique motorcycles, and it's a competition. So these, you know, refurbishers are going to bring out the best of the best. Plus,
they're polished up.
Yeah, and the artful angle, there's helmet art decorated by 6 different Milwaukee artists, and those are going to be raffled off. And that all supports a nonprofit called Build Moto Mentor Program, which gets more youth into the trades and fabrication of motorcycles. So as much as we all want Harley Davidson to succeed, and we all appreciate this motorcycle culture, what a great way to get together and celebrate it.
Yeah, I noticed another one on your list is very Instagrammable. The Veterans Park one, the Water Lantern Festival.
Kind of the exact opposite of rumbling motors. This is a very peaceful and serene festival right there at Veterans Park. And the idea is you have a lantern. You can write a personal note on it. Maybe it's a love letter. Maybe it's a memory. And it's a way to pay tribute to feelings and thoughts. And it's really a tribute to serenity and unity. So the Milwaukee Lantern Festival, they'll all be in that nice lagoon.
On what water? Oh, okay, on the lagoon.
I think it's on the lagoon.
Push them out into the lake or anything. Well, because I got news for you. If that's the plan, they're not going to go that far.
The current's not going to sweep them away.
Lagoon sounds good to me.
But that is Saturday afternoon. And yeah, just a really nice way to be outdoors. And there'll be food trucks there, so it is a festival. So waterlanternfestival.com. One of the fun festivals that I just found, Fire in the Shire at Alma.
The Shire?
Castle Rock Museum is this museum that looks like a castle right in downtown. Am I saying it right? Alma, A-L-M-A? Because I know it's
so
Theresa.
That's like far northwestern part of the state, right? Alma, like is it on the border with Minnesota?
Here's where you want it. Why you want a road trip and go if you don't live there, because Castle Rock Museum is this museum that, like I said, looks like a castle, and it has 2,000 years of history in it, and it is a citywide celebration of all things medieval. Casimir the Hungry will be breathing fire and swallowing swords. The Wisconsin Historical Fencing Association is going to demonstrate longsword, rapier, and dagger, and all these combats. And if you, of course, embrace the theme and dress in ancient or medieval or Renaissance era dress, you get a couple bucks off admission. Plenty of merrymaking in the Midwest Renaissance Actors Guild. I just think it's so much fun. So it's like, it warms you up for the Bristol Renaissance Fair. Fire in the Shire. But, we love our cultural festivals. The Milwaukee Highland Games, celebrating all things Scottish at Croatian Park in Franklin. And they need all that room because this is one of those festivals. We're going to get into it tonight on What's on Tap. So listen tonight. You can get the full details. But, the traditional music, you automatically think of the pipe and drum. Yeah. But this is those athletic competitions, the heavy events. The hammer throw, the caber toss, where that's the big pole.
Yeah, where they throw around telephone poles.
Yes.
They are literally telephone
And the stone putt, and they're going to have a haggis taco eating contest. You've got the sheepdogs. I mean, it is such a fun event, and it's just Saturday at Croatian Park in Franklin. But if you want to go another cultural route, Tosa Greek Fest. Free this weekend, but so much great
And that's not
food.
the one that's now at State Fair Park anymore. That's
Correct.
In the neighborhood.
Yes, this is at the Saints, Constantine and Helen Greek Orthodox Church. But just saying the word baklava. Opa!
Alma BT Dubs, just northwest of La Crosse, right on the Mississippi there.
Okay, thank you for that. It's
Thank
the
you,
weekend. What's on tap? Sandy Max. You got a full show tonight, right?
You know it. We'll talk Highland Games, and also going to meet one of the artists of the Milwaukee Brewers T-shirt Tuesdays, Whitney Nettles.
Very nice.
After a serious crash with a semi-truck, everything can change instantly. Your future, your family's future, your quality of life. That's why knowledge and results matter in big truck cases. And not all law firms have the know-how or the resources to handle these complicated cases. At Gruberg Law Offices, we have the experience it takes to make sure you're protected. And there's never a fee until we win your case. Gruberg Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Lots of ants. That's what the Bugman says he's hearing about this time of year. Vince Vitrano for the Bugman in Queen Bee, your best in local pest defense. So talked with Adam earlier, and we had Adam and his brother Matt out to the house for the general crawling insects treatment. We also did the stinging insect nest preventer. Now, on the latter, doesn't mean you won't get beneficial pollinators on your flowers or in your garden. It just means they won't be building a nest in your roof. So we had ants at our house in the past as well. Adam says this treatment should do the trick. Certainly has so far. It did over the winter months. Haven't seen an ant in the house this spring. Local, family, veteran-owned and operated. 20% off your first service when you tell them Vinny sent you. Bugman, queenbee.com.
Father's Day is almost here. Just think how much your father means to you. WTMJ's John Mercure. I highly recommend taking your father to the all-you-can-eat Father's Day brunch buffet at the Mine Shaft Family Restaurant in Hartford. It's under $20, and it's delicious. It's the best Father's Day dining value anywhere. It's every dish your dad loves for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for under $20. Far less than what you'll pay elsewhere. Kids and grandkids under 3, they always eat for free. They can safely play in the huge game room quietly set away from the dining area while you finish up your meal. The Mine Shaft is super affordable and family friendly. Mom and Dad can sip on a Bloody Mary, a cold brew, maybe a mimosa, a glass of wine for a perfect Father's Day brunch. Call and reserve your Father's Day table today, and the all-you-can-eat brunch for under $20 is yours. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford with ample seating, lots of close parking. Don't forget your father. This is the way to do it. MineShaftRestaurant.com. It's the amazing Mine Shaft.
Here's to the Farm and Fleet dads, the ones who take pride in a job well done, the ones who make the most of every moment and still take the time to pass it on. At Blaine's, we're here to make this Father's Day special with gifts for one-of-a-kind dads at prices that'll make them proud. Like select men's Carhartt Force and Ariat apparel, 25% off. Special buy DeWalt tool batteries, just $39 while supplies last. Plus, Blaine's gift cards are always perfect gifts. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Hey, John Mercure here. I hope you will hang with us on Saturdays at 1 o'clock. It's Experience Wisconsin. You know what I love about Experience Wisconsin? There's still places after all the years that I've lived in the state that I don't know a lot about, or places that I would like to revisit. On Experience Wisconsin, we swing you around the state, introducing you to the people and places and things that you ought to check out, maybe put on your bucket list. This week, it is Hayward Lakes, and it is Road America. I love Road America. Even if you're not into all the cars, it's a great place to hang. Check out Experience Wisconsin on WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
9:54. Point taken. Steve Scafidi joins us in studio. Steve, got a question for you.
Yes.
So I have on my patio right now, I've been telling Vince all about it. He loves hearing about my garden. So I just started up a garden.
I don't mind.
Built a couple of garden beds in the backyard.
Vince is anti-garden, apparently.
No, I have a garden. I'm happy to hear Eric's stories.
Yeah, sure, when you look at your phone and walk away from me while I'm talking. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, Steve, because you've always had the garden and you've shared some of the benefits of that garden with the rest of us. I have banana peels right now soaking in a bucket on my patio. Is this the right way to go? Am I crazy, or is this a thing?
Well, you mentioned that to me, and I actually, at this moment, have a 5-gallon bucket with banana peels in it because I've been reading, like you've been reading, about all the stuff that this could potentially could do for your tomato plants and other things. It's the potassium, apparently. Is that what you're reading?
Right, yes.
So I actually have a test case. So I have a greenhouse now, which is a small greenhouse, but I have my plants are loaded with flowers, loaded with tomatoes already, and they're about 3 feet tall. So that's what a greenhouse does. But I also plant a few things outside. And on my outside plants, which aren't doing as well because it's been cool, I'm trying the potassium method, but I just watered them yesterday. So we're going to do this sort of experiment all summer long.
Well, I'll let you know.
I'm geeked out about this.
So you could also, I read, you could cut up and chop up the banana peels and then put that in the actual soil. And if you do it that way, that can prevent some of the bugs a little bit more.
Yeah, my fear there is mold.
Yes.
Because that's a killer. That's a killer for plants.
Man, I feel good talking to you now.
Tell me again why Scafidi's in here with garden tips. I thought we were going to talk about the budget thing.
Ask your neighbor.
He's
855.
Steve has had a garden and has gardened for a long time and has shared a lot of the tomatoes with us, which we love at the Bilstad house. And B, you got a new program you're running. Does it start this weekend?
It does. Saturday at 2. And it's also available right now on our podcast page.
Oh, okay.
WTMJ Outdoors. Now, I'm not going to do a lot of gardening, but I will do some. But this is like a passion project. I pitched this 5 years ago, just before the pandemic, and then it all got shut down.
Okay.
So I've been talking about this show forever. I've already recorded like 5 episodes. It is fantastic. So on Saturday, Paul Smith, Journal Sentinel, great story that he wrote about a month ago. Dan Chewicki, President Southeast Wisconsin Bowhunters, passion for hunting, passion for archery. Aaron Schiller from the DNR, senior fisheries biologist, smart guy, great personal story. And then I wrap it up with one of my cool guests, Amelia Cagle, owner at Wheel and Sprocket, because cycling is also off the charts popular. Every week, different guests. I just recorded an interview with a boating expert on the popularity of boating across the country. We're going to have national guests, parks. I mean, you name it. I'm looking at the list here. We got State Golf, Rob Jansen, Executive Director, Wisconsin Golf Association.
Vince knows Rob.
That's the great outdoors, right? You and I love golf.
Sure.
Are you golfing?
I golf, but I don't know if you would call it golf if you saw me doing it.
He's fine. Like, he always well, I can't golf with you. You're too... You're not.
That's the fun of it, learning how to be better.
Yes.
Especially when you have an expert like Vince.
11 of the top 100 public golf courses in the state of Wisconsin.
All right, they're kicking me out of here, but tune in Saturday. If you can't do that, hit the podcast page. I guarantee you will love this podcast. It's fun, it's informational, and just the guests are amazing.
Point Taken is next with
Absolutely.
Steve and Chris. And you guys talking budget at all?
Starting with that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right. 9:58 in Wisconsin's Morning News. Anything you missed, just text the word Vince to the WTMJ Talking text line 855-616-1620.
Frank catches it. And the Purple People pound out a national championship in Ohio.
Well, it wasn't the most exciting win, but that's a very good celebration, I think. We've seen a lot of dog piles.
Still looking for something for Dad this Father's Day? Stop by Fleet Farm and get him a gift he really wants at the best price guaranteed. Like Columbia apparel and footwear, now 25% off. Or get him a Wildview video trail cam for just $29.99.